we ready to start? Dr. Hearn, you ready?
Yes.
Yes, Madam President, we have one housekeeping matter we would like to raise. We wanted to appraise the tribunal that last week Mr. Obradovic's acquittal in the land swap case was confirmed by the appellate court. We reached out yesterday to our colleagues with respect to whether or not the parties, should be filing their decision into the record. We understand that it's a very short deadline before the last day of the hearing, so we will wait for their position. However, the fact remains that the acquittal is now final.
Thank you. Any comments on your side?
Yes, Madam President. Well, we duly received, obviously, claimant's email yesterday evening, so we were, busy with other things. We have to check out this document and see what it is, and then we will be able to provide our position on the exceptionality, relevance, etc. So this is the first step. So we will do that in due course after the hearing. Perhaps if we have a point, points of housekeeping, we could also say a few words about something that was raised a couple of days ago, Mr. Merkichu's testimony, and apparently it also deals with Serbian courts. Now, this was the police inquiry at the domicile of Mr. Merkichu. You might recall that he stated that on July 13, 2021, police had looked for Mr. Broško at the address of Mr. Merkichu's Belgrade apartment. That is transcript page 3 of the first day, or of that day. I'm not sure which day. That was the second day. According to the information and documents that we have, Mr. Broško is a director in one of Serbian companies called Maple Leaf Investments Ltd. company. He has a registered address at Mr. Merkichu's apartment in Belgrade. Now, the company that Mr. Merkichu, the Serbian company that Mr. Broško is a director of, failed to submit the mandatory financial reports. So they were charged with what we call in Serbian privredni prestup, which is a financial offense, before the commercial court in Belgrade in August 2019. Now, since Mr. Broško failed to show up at the hearing in this case that was held in December 2019, the commercial court then made inquiries with the police, and then made the new inquiries recently, and the police then went to the registered address of Mr. Broško to conduct a field check on his registered address and determine whether Mr. Broško is present there. So this is the information that we have. Thank you.
Is there any comment on the claimant's side?
No comments.
Thank you. Good, that's all noted. And now I think we're all ready to hear the damages experts, and start with day 8 of this hearing. Dr. Hearn, good morning.
Good morning.
You confirmed that you're Richard Hearn.
I do.
From Nero Consulting.
That's correct.
Where you're a managing director.
That's right.
You have submitted 3 expert reports of 16 January 2019, 3rd October 2019, 6 March 2020.
That's correct.
You're heard as an expert witness, and I will ask you to now read the expert declaration, please.
Yes. I solemnly declare upon my honor and conscience that my statement will be in accordance with my sincere belief.
Thank you. Now you have a maximum of 30 minutes, subject to any restrictions from the claimants. At least that's the time allocation from the tribunal for your presentation, please.
Thank you very much, Madam President, and good morning to everybody here. If I could move to slide 2, please. I have quite a few slides to get through. I propose to go through them
quite quickly. Happy to stop at any point, of course. But most of the slides cover issues in my 3 reports. But of course, we have had the benefit of hearing testimony during the course of yesterday in particular, and there are some new issues that I will comment on in the course of these slides too. So in terms of the agenda, briefly to cover my background, my conclusions, what I see as the key areas of disagreement in terms of valuation between myself and the respondents, experts, Ms. Illich and Mr. Cowan, and then to talk briefly about analysis that we undertook on bank transactions as set out in my 3rd report. On to the next slide, please. So briefly, in terms of my background and experience, I'm a managing director at NERA Economic Consulting, which is a large international firm of professional economists. I have over 25 years of experience as a professional economist. Before that, I was a teacher at university and have a PhD in economics. The focus of my work is on valuation of assets and businesses, particularly in the context of disputes. I've acted as an expert witness in many international arbitration cases, BIT cases, and commercial disputes. I'm fortunate to be in Who's Who Legal for leading expert witnesses for arbitration and quantum, and I've published on a variety of valuation matters. I highlight here one particular paper on the use of market or comparables approaches, which I think is particularly relevant in the context of this dispute. In terms of my conclusions, you will see in my third report my valuation of 96.3 to 124.1 million for BD Agro's total asset value. I've updated that valuation, recognizing that there are issues concerning the size of BD Agro's land, and that updated valuation in terms of the asset value of the business is now 94.1 to 121.2. I will make a comment now that whilst my report set out a range for the asset and indeed the equity valuation, having had the benefit of looking at more recent evidence on these issues, I am tending towards the conclusion that the best evidence for the valuation is towards the top end of that range. So I wanted to highlight that now, and I will talk about that as we go through the presentation. I think that certainly if I start by focusing on the issue of the construction land, which is the most material issue in terms of the overall valuation of BD Agro's assets, and particularly the construction land in zones A, B, and C, which is what was discussed principally yesterday, where there's a regulation plan for those zones, where that regulation plan sets out the ability to use that land for construction purposes. I believe in general that Mr. Cowan, the principal respondent by the respondent, broadly agrees with my valuation approach based on recent transaction evidence, other evidence provided by tax authorities, and other valuations prepared by third parties. And indeed, Mr. Cowan notes that in his first report. Just to highlight to you where this land is, and I apologize, this is perhaps not the easiest map, but it's nevertheless the map that's on record. But just I wanted to highlight visually where this land is, and principally with respect to the E70 highway, which is a very important strategic highway connecting right across Europe. BD Agro's construction land A, B, and C, you can see on this graph lies right next to BD Agro's farm. And there's the Sremska Gazela Road that's being planned, and indeed funds have been allocated by the municipality to develop that road that goes straight through the BD Agro land, A, B, and C. It goes straight through the middle of B, and it goes down the sides of A and C, respectively. So the land, with its general regulation plan that allows for development of that land with no obvious impediments, is my understanding, with the funds allocated to the development of the road, and indeed land has already been expropriated to develop that road, in essence becomes quite valuable land, much more valuable land than it was as agricultural land. And that is the principal reason why, in terms of my overall valuation of the assets of the business, this land has a very material impact. If I could move on to the next slide, please. I've undertaken a number of different approaches to assess a valuation for this land. I believe Mr. Grezik is broadly consistent with the approaches that I've taken and considers them to be best practice in terms of his experience as a property valuer. But I relied on what I considered to be the best market evidence available for assessing the valuation of that land. And that market evidence comprised of a number of things. First of all, we had some direct evidence on transactions for exactly this land, albeit dated back to 2008 and 2009, but we did have some transaction data. I still consider that to be relevant because it's exactly the land that we're talking about here, even if it is a little bit dated. I then looked more broadly at other land around the ABC area, other land that was either agricultural land but had a similar regulation plan for development of that land for construction purposes, or other land that was in the process of being developed. And I'll talk about that a little bit later, but that was other evidence of similar types of land. I then looked at evidence from authorities in Serbia on how they had valued that land and or similar land. And I found that the Serbian tax authority provided valuations of that land for property tax purposes, but also similar valuations for expropriation purposes. And I consider both of them, especially the latter, for expropriation purposes for similar land, like Mr. Grezik does, to be especially relevant. I also looked at other third-party valuations and assessed the competency and the transparency of the information in those reports as further evidence. And you can see on this slide, on slide 8, the summary of my conclusions. I think it's important to recognize that, particularly with land like this, we don't have, first-class evidence, I would say, of very precise valuations. It's not like we can just look at a register of very similar land for very similar dates and identify exact comparators. I think it's important to recognize that there is a range of different types of evidence that needs to be considered. And that was the reason why I presented in my first report a range for the valuation of this land. And that range was 22 to 30 euros per meter squared. And as I say, that drew on all of the evidence that I've just talked about. On slide 9, you can see here a visual perspective on some of the comparator land that I looked at. And we talked yesterday, or Mr. Grezik did in some detail, about the Batanisa.
This is slide 8 according to what we see.
Oh,
and
sorry.
Also before you said 8 when it was 7.
I'm sorry, I think
just
I'm
saying this when we read the transcript.
I apologize. This is indeed slide 8. Yes. So on this slide, we have a visual perspective of land that I consider to be comparable land, where there is transaction data available or other market value assessments. And that land was identified through research undertaken by me and my team and other people that we talked to in Serbia. again, focusing on land that was similar to the BD Agro ABC land in terms of it being agricultural land, but with a development plan or regulation plan to develop that land, a similar location outside of the city, and also, importantly, because of the Sremska Gazela Road, with similar access to transportation systems. So you can see, I think this is quite a good figure to see, BD Agro's land is very close to the E70 highway, which is a major strategic route out of Belgrade. The other land there, the Dobanovsky land, the Batajnica land, is also very close to the other highways coming out of the city. So for a variety of reasons, we identified this as similar land, and we had transaction data available to identify comparative transaction prices. Mr. Grezik, his testimony yesterday, I think broadly concluded that the approach that I took was I think in his words, a good one. And he thought that, there should be particular emphasis on the Batanica properties, where there is direct data on expropriation prices paid by the Serbian authorities for acquisition of that land. I didn't have the opportunity to comment in any of my reports on Mr. Grezik's conclusions, but I, having had the benefit of hearing his testimony, I am inclined also to agree that this is also amongst the best evidence that we have on the fair market valuation of BD Agro's land A, B, and C. For the same reasons, I think that Mr. Grezik talked about, which are that the land is currently agricultural land, but it has a development plan for development for construction purposes. It's very close to major highways like BD Agro's land, ABC. It's close to the railway, and so is BD Agro's land. And it's a large, it's a large plot of land that potentially has similar strategic uses in terms of for intermodal hub development and other industrial purposes. So I consider that, like Mr. Grezik, this is amongst the best, if not the best, evidence that we have on the valuation of ABC land, with one exception, and I'll talk about that a bit later. So that's the construction land ABC. The second big part of BD Agro's business is the farm business, and the farm business is BD Agro's farm buildings, the infrastructure for dairy farm and milking and growth of the herd, and then all the agricultural land that is associated with that. Now, I've taken two different approaches. I consider them to be complementary approaches to valuation of this aspect of the business. First of all, I look at what I call a discounted cash flow model. It's obviously a very standard model for valuation. I think that this is appropriate in this context because there's a clear business plan going forwards for the business. The investment has been undertaken already into the infrastructure needed to run the business. The reorganization plan, as far as I understand, was approved by the majority of creditors at the time of expropriation. I'll talk a little bit about that later. But basically speaking, a business is only worth the cash flows that it will generate. And therefore, it's important to look at a DCF model, because the DCF model tells us what the projected cash flows are for that business. So, based on the reorganization plan, my team and I did what I think is a critical review of that plan. We looked at the projections of revenues, operating costs, and CapEx going forwards. We valued that business on a free cash flow basis and discounted at a cost of capital to reflect Serbian country risk and other business risks. And we arrived at a valuation of around 32 million to 37 million. I then cross-checked that valuation against what I call an asset-based valuation approach. So that's another way to value a business like this. And what this essentially says is if we just looked at the assets on the books of the business and take account of respective market values for those assets, then we can use an asset-based valuation to value the business. And you can see here that on an asset-based valuation, we actually arrive at a very similar valuation range, 31 million to 43, whereas the DCF on the previous page was 32 to 37. In the context of an expropriation, I think that there is particular rationale for an asset-based approach too, because obviously an asset-based approach says if the assets are expropriated, what would it cost the entity, BD Agro, to replace those assets, the identical assets, in a comparable location? And we can obviously assess that by looking at the replacement cost of the assets on the books, which is the building, the equipment, and the herd. And then we value the agricultural land as the replacement cost of the agricultural land, as if the business had to start up again somewhere else. So I think, particularly in the context of an expropriation, an asset-based valuation approach has obvious merit. So on slide 12, I put these valuations together, and I then deduct capital gains tax based on deferred tax liabilities on the book. I then deduct the liabilities on the accounts at the time, and I arrive at a total equity valuation for the business of 51 to 78 million. In terms of issues of disagreement between myself and the respondents' experts, well, I think there are probably four. One is the valuation of the construction land. One is whether BD Agro should be valued as a going concern or not. One is the valuation of the agricultural land. And then the fourth is how should we treat the issue of disputed land? I don't have an opinion on the fourth. I think that's principally a legal issue, but I do have an opinion on the first three. On slide 14, Ms. Illich talked yesterday, and it does so throughout her report, about my evidence being supposedly inconsistent with international valuation standards. I strongly contest that. I think that the international valuation standards are broadly guidelines, and there are many of them around the world by international authorities and national authorities too. They're broadly guidelines, but I think that they give particular emphasis to looking at market evidence of transactions in this type of circumstance. And I think that that's very much consistent with my approach and indeed the evidence I've already talked you through. On slide 15, I note that Mr. Grezik agrees with me. He considers that my approach is indeed a classic, in his words, a classic comparative market approach in the context of his experience as a property valuer and follows international valuation standards. By contrast, I think the evidence that we have heard from Ms. Illich, I think, contrasts with many elements of international valuation standards. And we heard yesterday that Ms. Illich has concluded her valuation based on asking prices of land that nobody, as far as I'm aware, has been able to identify on the record in terms of its location and comparability to BD Agro's land. So, in terms of international valuation standards, I think every valuer including Ms. Illich, I think, agrees that asking prices are not as good as direct transaction evidence. They're only asking prices. But perhaps even more importantly, we need to understand exactly where these comparator asking prices are located in order to be able to assess whether they're truly comparable or not. And we simply don't have that evidence on the record from Ms. Illich. All we have is websites, but if you go to those websites, you can't see these asking prices. Having said that, and this is something that I was also not able to respond to in my reports because it came too late, but I think Ms. Illich did identify some transaction evidence that is indeed very relevant. And we talked a bit about this yesterday, but there are two particular transactions that Ms. Illich identified for very similar land to Bidiagro's land. Indeed, that land for one of the transactions is located right next to Bidiagro's farm. And you can see here on slide 17, the transaction of 28.4 euros per meter squared at a very similar date to the date we're talking about here in 2015. And the land is located right next to Bidiagro's farm, where the road that passes past that transaction goes into Bidiagro's farm and then connects to zones A, B, and C. So there was discussion yesterday about this asphalt road next to the transaction of 28.4, making it more valuable. But you can see here that that road actually extends into the Bidiagro complex. It's then joined by dirt roads, and it then connects to the Sremska Gazela. But I think that, and I think Mr. Grezik agrees with this, when we look at the Bidiagro land, it's much bigger land. It can be used for a much bigger industrial purpose. It can be used for development of a much bigger complex for intermodal hub development. It's also right on the Sremska Gazela planned road. So it offers actually a much better potential connection out of Belgrade for development of that land for industrial purposes. So, as Mr. Grezik said yesterday, actually there are very good reasons why this land, the ABC land, actually, has the potential to be even more valuable than the 28.4 meter squared land. So in terms of the issue of the evidence between myself and the respondents, I think Mr. Grezik is broadly consistent with my evidence. I think Ms. Illich says that she's not, but actually the evidence that she includes in her report actually I think does show a strong degree of consistency with my valuation, because I've just talked about the 28.4 meter squared valuation as being very consistent with the top end of my valuation range. And that's on slide 18. Moving to the second issue of disagreement, which is, should Bidiagro be valued as a going concern? In summary, I think it should be. It was not bankrupt at the time of expropriation. The reorganization plan, in my view, is credible. I don't think it's relevant to look at the previous performance of the business, because it's been affected, obviously, by the amount of investment that's been undertaken, and there are obvious issues with Serbia's potential involvement with those investment incentives. But basically, as I said, a business is only worth the cash flows that it will generate, and there's no reason not to consider a DCF approach. Bidiagro's creditors, as I note on slide 20, the majority of them did approve the reorganization plan and believe that that plan was credible. And I noticed that some of those creditors are very knowledgeable creditors involved in the dairy business in Serbia. Imlek, in particular, is the biggest producer of dairy products. So if Imlek didn't think that the reorganization plan was credible, there's big question marks about why it decided to approve it. On slide 21, I just noted the issue around the the approval, the final approval of this reorganization plan, and I might not have the time to go through this in detail with you, but the conclusion I wanted to highlight was that even if we take the respondent's minimum valuation of assets, this is a minimum valuation with the bankruptcy sale discount, even if we take that valuation is above the combined value of the Class A creditors at the time of expropriation. So the implication of that is that there's no reason, based on that valuation, to think that the reorganization plan would not have been approved, because even their valuation is above the combined value of the Class A creditors. As I said, I did with my team do a detailed, didn't just take the reorganization plan as given. We did do a detailed review of that plan, and we did look at the historical performance, particularly from 2013 and 14, and note that there had been a significant improvement with the change of new management at that time. You can see the revenues per herd increasing substantially with that new management. And indeed, in some aspects, the projections looked quite conservative. And you can see that particularly from the top left-hand graph there, where the forecasts of revenues per herd are indeed a little bit lower than what they managed to achieve in the 2 years before that plan. On slide 23, I wanted to highlight just the issue around the valuation of agricultural land. And again, it's an issue with Ms. Illich's data. She presents data in her appendix that actually shows that the valuation of this land lies substantially above the valuation that she's come up with. So average land in Lobanovci on a median basis, even on a median basis, which is what she prefers. I prefer an average because it takes account of the variety of prices much better. But even on a median basis, it's much higher than the valuation that she's come up with. And on an average basis, 3.4 compared to €1 per meter squared. And again, that evidence is a reason why I think, based on this new evidence, the valuation of agricultural land is also right at the top end of the range that I presented in my report. So this is new evidence presented by Ms. Illich, but I think when you look in more detail at that, that supports the valuation right at the top end of my original range for this agricultural land. Where I'm getting close to my time limits, but I have included some slides that I thought might be helpful just to summarize the bank transaction evidence that my team and I looked at in my third report. This was to respond to evidence presented by Mr. Cowan on inflows and outflows between BD Agro companies and Mr. Obradovich. I looked slightly more broadly at the evidence submitted by Mr. Cowan and included other Serbian companies also beneficially owned by Mr. Rand. It was a very extensive process to go through thousands of transactions. I admit that not all of those transactions are perfectly categorized. This is obviously not our issue, but we did our best to identify the inflows and outflows between the various different companies. And slides 26 and 27, or sorry, 25 and 26 provide a little bit more detail on that process, and 28 as well. But broadly speaking, my conclusion, which is identified on 29, is that through the process that we went through, we identified a difference of 50 million Serbian dinar between the amount paid by BD Agro and the amount received by BD Agro across the different entities, and that was a much lower difference than was identified by Mr. Cowan. More recently, when we tried to identify exactly why that difference has arisen, we identified 3 years in particular, 2006, 2007, 2010, where there were significant differences. There were similarities in all the other years, but only differences in those 3 years. But because Mr. Cowan didn't provide his calculations, we weren't able to identify the precise reasons for that. But broadly speaking, there wasn't a huge difference, and it's very possible that our analysis didn't capture all of those transactions because of the way they were categorized in the bank statements. I think I'm at the end of my presentation. My final slide simply calculates how the equity value calculation that I presented is then apportioned across the different ownership categories, ownership classes, and names of the business. And then we have an estimate of an appropriate pre-award interest in the overall calculation of damages.
Thank you. Can I turn to Respondents' Counsel? Mr. Jeric.
Yes, thank you, Madam President. Good morning, Mr. Hearn. My name is Vladimir Jeric, Counsel for Respondent, and I'm going to ask you some questions today.
Good morning.
My colleague will present you with the bundle, and she will help you with it, but the bundle is also electronic, so the documents will appear on the screen. Now, I actually thought I would not deal with the land valuation today. I thought we have sort of completed that discussion yesterday with Mr. Grzesic thoroughly, but I see that you had this, and we will have to ask you a couple of questions about that, and I would ask my colleagues to put up the presentation on the screen if it's not there, so we can go a little bit back to your presentation and to what you were saying today, this morning. And that, in the meantime, let me just ask you, so at the end of the day, which valuation do you use, your own or Mr. Grzesic's?
They're complementary. They both take account of the same evidence. I consider Mr. Grzesic's inputs to be extremely valuable. He's, quite clearly got a lot of experience directly in property valuation. So therefore, I have taken account of his inputs into forming what I would consider to be a more refined view of my valuation. But as I say, it's not just Mr. Grzesic's inputs that I've also taken account of. It's also the additional evidence that we've seen from Ms. Illick's data that she's provided. And at the end of the day, my valuation is my valuation, but it takes account of these additional, what I consider to be important new pieces of information.
Okay, so it was your valuation at the end of the day. Thank you. Now, we have mentioned a lot here the famous zone ABC. When you were doing your reports and your evaluation, did you visit and inspect zone ABC when you were preparing the valuation?
Did I visit any
Yes.
What, sorry?
The zone ABC.
Yes, I went there 3 years ago, I think now. We went to the outside of the farm complex. It wasn't open to us, obviously, because it's owned by somebody else now, but we went to the outside of the farm complex. We toured around the area. We took a helicopter, actually, across the all of the land that was owned by BD Agro, or previously owned by BD Agro, and that helicopter went over, the areas that we've identified in my presentation also as comparable areas, so we were able to see visually the layout of the land and the infrastructure.
I actually don't remember seeing that in your report. Is there a note about that in your report, about this helicopter trip, about visiting the land?
If you don't, I don't remember putting that in my report. No,
I don't
but
remember either.
Sorry,
I don't remember either.
no,
Thank you.
that's not something I would typically put into a valuation report. But
All right, but yesterday we were discussing a lot the question of the visits to the property, and that there is an international valuation standard on valuation of property, expressly stipulating that the valuer should inspect the property, and that is usually in the reports. And Mr. Grzesic has a line about that. But okay, so be it.
well, I don't think that is the case actually. I mean, and I would contest that there's a lot of things that any valuer goes through in terms of valuing a business. From visiting sites to looking at relevant data. I think at the end of the day, the valuation report has to be succinct and focus on the material issues important to the valuation, not through all the details of all the processes that every valuer goes through.
Right. Okay, can we now go to slide 8 of your presentation, of your today's presentation?
Yep.
And I believe that you said something there, that that the ABC zone is about 1 kilometer away from the highway. Did I get that right on the basis of this picture?
Yeah, the top part of the ABC zone, so the highest part of that green circle,
Okay.
I believe is I don't know whether it's precisely 1 kilometer, but it's in the region of a kilometer or two.
You measured that?
Did I personally measure that? No, but I've asked that question, and we've tried to look at maps to precisely identify that, and that's the conclusion that we've come to.
Right, but we don't see your sources, we don't see your process of the method, how you measured that kilometer?
Well, maybe not, but you asked me a question, how far is it away, and I'm telling you that I think it's a kilometer or two from the top.
Right, so that's your personal assessment, I would say, at the moment, right? At least.
Yes.
Okay, let's move to the slide 17, please. It shows the upper part that you were mentioning. So it's a relatively small part that is so close to the highway, right?
Which highway are you referring to?
I don't know. You tell me, the one that is 1 kilometer from the zone A that you mentioned.
Yeah, so you have the
And the
E70. You have the E70 highway that goes across the top, the top right of
Right.
that picture, and the top part of that highway is in the region of a kilometer away. But the most important thing here is that all three of those zones are connecting to the Sremska Gazela planned road, which has already been partially developed and funds allocated. So, whether it's 1 kilometer from the top or 2 kilometers is not actually that important, because you can see that each of the zones needs to then connect to the Sremska Gazela in order to reach the highway.
And Sremska Gazela is this yellow line, vertical line that goes through the slide, the center of the slide.
Yes.
Is that correct?
Correct.
And has Sremska Gazela been built?
Well, partially. So if
The
you
part that goes through the zone
No.
ABC.
correct, that's right. That's correct. It's been funds have been allocated for the development of that road, but as far as I understand, even today, that road has not yet been built.
Okay.
But it was, as I said, noted from 2008 onwards that it was going to be built and funds were allocated for that development.
Okay, we'll come back to that issue,
Sure.
particular issue. Now, you said that parts of it were expropriated. Do you know which parts were expropriated and when they were expropriated?
Parts of what?
Of the zone of the land in the zone that is required for the construction of the Sremska Gazela, that is going supposedly one day to connect it to the highway.
No, no, I don't. I mean, I don't identify exactly those parts on this diagram. No,
But you think some parts were expropriated
I believe that's the case. Yeah.
in the zone ABC?
No, I didn't say that. I said some parts of land, and I think it's agricultural land, for the development of that road were expropriated.
And can you tell us whether it's the parts next to the highway or the parts on the bottom of the picture that were expropriated?
I can't tell you precisely where they are, but as I said, I think it's basically agricultural land on the Sremska Gazela road.
Okay, but you put that into your presentation and did not provide any source, so we should.
Well, I think it's discussed in my reports.
Okay,
Yeah.
please take us to the exact reference.
Yeah. I mean, I think it's also discussed in Mr. Marsevic's witness statement too. Okay, so if you go to paragraph 108 of my first report. It says the upper bound, so this is the valuation that I arrived at for agricultural land. So I used data on price paid for expropriations of land for the building of the Sremska Gazela road, and the average price paid was 2.9 euros per meter squared for that land.
So it's quite low in comparison to the price that you put to the zone ABC land, through which also the Sremska Gazela road will go.
Yeah, this is agricultural land, right?
Well,
this
is a zone ABC, is it?
No, it's not a zone
agricultural?
ABC.
Really?
This is I think I've said it 3 times now. This is agricultural land outside of zones ABC, right?
Okay, if you take a look at the table 3.8 above the paragraph that you were quoting,
Yes.
is this the Sremska Gazela expropriations that you mentioned on the table?
Yes.
And so that was in 2011 and 2012, right?
I believe so, yes.
Okay, and the valuation date is?
The valuation date is 2015 here.
Okay.
Yes.
And so there were no further expropriations for 3 years, right?
I can't confirm that actually, because
But on the
some
basis of your report-
some of the data is not easily available to us. I can't confirm that, but I do know that based on the evidence we've looked at, that there were expropriations in 2011 and 12.
Okay. Okay, and then you speak about Batajnica transactions, and you say that Batajnica transactions are amongst the best or the best evidence that we have on fair market for the fair market valuation. That was what you said. I wrote it down. That's
I think amongst the
agree?
best, coupled with, as I said, the new evidence presented by Ms. Illich on the transaction right next to BD Agro's farm complex.
But you never said that in 3 of your reports that we have.
Do you want to, do you want
I
to
can
talk,
take
do
you
you want to
to-
take me to the paragraph?
Yeah, that's your first report, paragraph 69. You consider these transactions. You even have slight reservation there, and you never say it's the best evidence. You never say that it's even the evidence that should be used. Is that correct?
No,
Where do you say that this evidence should be used?
because you can see that in table 3.3, right, that this is the evidence that I consider to be evidence for comparable land, right, on page 26. And you can see clearly that,
Sorry.
table 3.3? And you can see clearly that I include the Batanica market value assessments,
Yes, indeed.
right,
But
in
include-
that table.
You also include Zemun transactions for 43 to 88
Yeah.
euros per square meter.
Yeah.
Did you use these transactions as well?
Yeah. Well, you know, it depends on your word of your meaning of the word used.
Really?
Right.
Okay. So,
So if I can take you to my conclusions, right?
okay.
So this is the evidence that I considered was relevant, and I think as a valuer, it's important to present evidence that you know, supports the final conclusion that you arrive at, even if the numbers are higher or lower. So to take as an example, Zemun, right? And you say, I don't use Zemun. I don't use Zemun directly, but Zemun is supportive because what Zemun is telling me is that for fully developed land, right, that's gone further than just the general regulation plan, it's in a more developed state, the valuations are higher, right? And I use that as, you know, informative for my final conclusions. But in terms of the you know, the most direct evidence, in, you know, the best evidence that I considered at the time of this report, you can see here the comparable transactions have a range of 20 to 37, right? And that 37 comes directly from the Batanica market value assessments. So it's directly in my conclusions in table 34 as amongst the best evidence in my first report.
But you don't say it's the best evidence, right?
No, because as I say, my views on that issue, and I did try to say that in the presentation, my views on what the best evidence is have changed a little bit during the course of the arbitration.
Sure. But
And-
have changed whilst you were writing second, third report, or have changed between your third report and now?
A little bit of both. So in my third report, and I'll take you to that actually. In my third report, but if I could highlight figure 2.3, which is page 26. So this data actually wasn't available to us at the time of my first report. We knew about it, we did the research about it, but when we then went to source the data, it had disappeared from the website. So we were able to, in my third report, and this is the evidence that you were asking about, the Batanica transactions or the expropriations, that wasn't available at my first report, but it was available at my third report. And we were able to identify all the plots in Batanica that had been expropriated by the Serbian authorities and the prices that were paid for those expropriations. And this actually included some additional evidence that wasn't in my first report.
Can we stop there?
Yeah.
But is it correct or fair to say that in that part of the report that you took us here, that part of the third report, you are actually discussing the issue whether these tax authorities assessments are market evidence or not. You're not discussing which of your transactions that you refer to was the best evidence. So this is practically irrelevant for our discussion.
No, absolutely not
Okay.
irrelevant, because it provides a lot more data than was available at the time of my first report. And in terms of what's relevant, I think what we're trying to do is identify the best comparable transactions. And this data, as I say, wasn't directly available at the time of my first report, but it was at the time of my third report. And
Mr.
Yeah.
Hearn, the Batanica transactions that Mr. Grzesiek refers to, they were not only available, but quoted in your first report. Is that correct?
not precisely, actually, no. So if you go back to
Mr.
my...
Mr.
if you go
Cohen, let
back
me
to-
take you to your first
Yeah.
report. Sorry. Mr. Hearn, I'm
Yeah.
sorry.
So paragraph 69 of my first report said that they were market value assessments. Right? So
Okay.
at this stage, we knew about the exhibits. So these are exhibits from the tax authority that say what the market value of this land was. So we knew about that. And you can see there the range of 28 to 37. But only at the time of my third report did we know that those market value assessments were used for expropriations. So this, as I say, this figure 2.3 in my third report was not available to us in my first report. So we didn't know at that time how the market value assessments had then been used for the expropriations. And quite clearly that's, very important, because if they've actually been used for expropriations, that they become elevated in terms of a reference point for any valuation.
Mr. Hearn, just one more question and we are moving on. You didn't know at that time that they were used for expropriations, but Mr. Grzesiek said they were used for expropriations. So that was at the time of your second report.
Yeah, but Mr.
So this is a little bit contradictory, but let's leave it.
No. Sorry, it's not contradictory. At the time of my first report was January 2019, right? Mr. Grzesiek did a report a year later. So what's included in Mr. Grzesiek's report doesn't mean that it was available to me a year earlier. And I can tell you it wasn't. It was only a year later that this data was available from the Belgrade Land Development website. So it was only at the same time that Mr. Grzesiek did his analysis, and I didn't know what Mr. Grzesiek was going to say, by the way. It was only at the same time that he did his analysis that we found this additional information. And as I say, I'm also, forming my view on the relevance of this information based on the new data that's arisen, but also Mr. Grzesiek's own analysis of that information too. And both things are important to me when I'm thinking now about the relevance of that data.
Okay, so let's take you, and we will, I promise we finish with, but then it's a transaction to CE 159. That is the exact exhibit that you use in one of the exhibits for Batenica transactions that you use in your first report.
Okay.
And if we look at the bottom of the page 1, and you could read the last paragraph, starting with, since the aforementioned cadastral parcels are for development land planned for construction of an intermodal terminal and logistics center, Batenica with roadways.
Yeah.
So doesn't that tell you this is expropriation?
But if you look at the same page, right, it says a valuation of 3,500 to 4,500. So that page itself doesn't tell us the precise price that was paid for individual plots, right? So that information on the precise price for the individual plots was only available a year later at the time of my third report, which is CE 888.
Okay, thank you very much. Now, let's move to a connected issue or topic. One of the main points of dispute between you and Mrs. Ilic and Mr. Cohen is the development potential of zone ABC, right? Well, in sum, she says it lacks infrastructure, detailed development plan. You disagree with her. And now let's see what you say about the development potential. At paragraph 58 of your first report, you start there, I think, 57 and then 58, and you say that there was a plan for Sremska Gazela in 2008 and an update in 2012, right?
Mm-hmm.
Okay, and then you give us a map. Now, if you go to paragraph 60, you give us evidence of development potential there, in addition to the adopted plans that you discuss in paragraph 58.
Yeah.
Okay? And then if you look at paragraph 60, we have evidence from 2017. Further funds were allocated for expropriations of land for the construction of Srpska Gazela.
Mm-hmm.
But we can disregard that because that's 2017 and it's 2 years after valuation date, correct?
Well, I don't know whether you, what do you mean by disregard it? I mean, I think it's further evidence of the development potential of that land.
Okay, but it's not direct evidence because it's in the hindsight, right? It's afterward. It's after the valuation date, 2 years.
Well, it depends on whether you, how strictly you want to not use hindsight. And I personally think that there are some areas where hindsight can be used, but that's a matter of opinion.
There are certainly, but well, in this valuation, yeah, probably not, right? But it's, let's say, it's a confirmation of your argument. We can put it that way. I mean, at least in your view, right? And then you have the expropriations that you mentioned, and we mentioned from 2011 and 2012. That's already 3 years before, or 4 years before the valuation date, correct?
I'm sorry, what
The
reference?
last sentence,
yes,
sorry.
Right, okay, yes, that's
yeah.
what we just talked about,
That's
I think, yeah.
3 or 4 years before the valuation date.
Yeah.
So what we are left with is 2014, and the evidence that you give about the 2014 budget of the city of Belgrade intended for the development and lease of development land. And you say that this budget allocated funds for expropriations of land related to the construction of the Sremska Gazela. Is that correct?
That is my understanding, yes.
Okay. And then you give us a footnote there. There is a source. And one source is Exhibit CE 151. So let's see what's your source for this statement about 2014, which was left standing there as evidence of the development potential. Can we go please to the reference is to number B/1.2 at page 7 of English translation, okay?
Mm-hmm.
You see that? It's on the screen.
Mm-hmm.
Could you please tell us where does it say here that, the funds were allocated for the expropriation of zone ABC?
You just have a table of figures there, so
Sorry?
All I can see is numbers that you're showing me there. So can I see the rest of the
Yeah,
document?
you see the explanation, which is
Yeah.
on the left-hand side, on the left column, and it's highlighted.
Yeah.
So if you could please take us to 1, 2, or whatever you refer to here. It's not huge text. You can quickly go through it.
C151. I'm sorry, what is the exhibit C141, 151?
C151, which is a reference in your footnote 42 to your paragraph 60 of your first report as evidence of the fact that 2014 budget has allocated funds for expropriation of land related to the construction of Sremska Gazela.
Yeah, I mean, I'm not sure whether you want me to go through the whole document. Are you,
No,
are you contesting that
see
this?
the reference that you have made,
Yeah.
and whether to tell us how does it support your your statement
Yeah.
in your report. So that is page 7, B1.2. Or you can look at the whole page 7, as far as I'm concerned.
Yeah, you see where you see funds allocated to roads, right? In as the title,
Yes, I do.
right? And then you see an amount that goes across, right? And
And I see that there is, sorry, there is,
my understanding
yeah.
is that a portion, if not all, of this amount is associated with the Sremska Gazela. I can't, based just on this page, it's correct. I can't see a reference to Sremska Gazela, but
Okay, thank you.
I believe this is also described in Mr. Masisevich's witness statement.
Well,
But
let's go to the statement and see what
Okay.
it says there.
Sure.
Exactly. So again, we go to Mr. Merkichu's statement. That is his second witness statement,
Yeah.
paragraphs 128 to 129. And can we see the footnote, please? Because it's of 1 to 8. So does he say there that he talked to one Mr. Vujic, and that from that conversation he understood that
Yep.
in 2014 the city of Belgrade had allocated further funds for expropriations related to Sremska Gazela, and this is exactly what you
Yep.
almost verbatim copy in your report, right? And then he says that he discussed this issue with Mr. Vujic over the phone, and who sent him then an email attaching the document showing the planned investments, right? That's footnote 1100. So let's go and see what was that email. Did you check that email?
I think we did look at it, yeah.
Okay. And it really says, page 18, beginning of constructions of new facilities. But it again does not mention zone ABC. It mentions commercial zone, highway, Novi Beograd, Zemun, and Surčin, which are not less than 3 municipalities in the city of Belgrade. So that doesn't provide support to your statement, does it?
Well, I don't know what other roadways in that zone would have been discussed as part of this, but I honestly, I think that you would have, I wasn't here, didn't have the benefit of your discussions with Mr. Marcicevic on this, but
Oh, we
I
didn't
do.
ask Mr. Merkichu anything about it. I'm just referring you to the statement that you used. I'm not
Right. Well,
using anything else.
then I think you should ask him as opposed to me. We were of the understanding that there wasn't any ambiguity about the funds being allocated to that road. But if it's your contention that there is ambiguity, then I think you would be better to ask him about that.
Right, but can we clarify now? Have you been instructed to assume that there was money allocated in the 2014 budget, or you came to that conclusion on the basis of evidence that you reviewed?
That was our understanding on the basis of discussions, and to be honest, it is 3 or 4 years ago that we had these discussions. So I'm not going to try to describe exactly how we formed that view, but they were formed on the view of discussions that we had with Mr. Marcicevic at the time and evidence that we looked at. And I honestly can't be more precise than that at this point.
Okay. Are you aware that Mr. Merkichu is a director in one of the claimants?
Yes, of course, I am aware of that, yes.
Okay, thank you. Now, so let's go back to paragraph 60 of your report. Just to remember what you said about the development potential of the zone ABC and the 2014 budget. Now, let me just take you to one question that I forgot to ask. In your first report, and I understand that you somewhat changed your valuation and your sources, but in your first report at paragraph 89A, you can go there. No, 89B, sorry. You say that your upper bound price, and this is the price that you actually now leave as the only one, is based on the weighted average price used in Mr. Mergut's valuation. Is that correct? You say that there.
Well, I also have a second sentence there in that paragraph that says that's consistent with the comparable transaction evidence, which we've just talked about.
Yeah, but your primary evidence in this report for the price of 30 was Mr. Mergut.
No, I don't say primary.
Yeah, but you say it first, Mergut, and put it in a separate sentence. Is that correct?
No, I mean, I don't think you can read from just the order in which I write the sentences, what's primary and what's secondary. And maybe I could have written this more clearly, but the upper bound of 30 takes account of Mr. Mergut's valuation, but it also takes account of the evidence from the comparable transactions, which also suggests a number around 30.
Okay. Thank you, Mr. Kern. I'm not going to make you read your report again and quote it. Let's go now to the next topic, and that is actually paragraph 6. It's not the next topic, it's the continuation of this one. Paragraph 60 of your first report. Again. Oh no, sorry, I got a little bit, I had to jump a little bit from question to question, sorry, because we had this presentation today. Let's go to the exhibit CE 101, that is BD Agro's March 2015 pre-pack reorganization plan, page 79. It's page 79 of the English. It's 174 of the document itself. Can you read that, please?
Yeah, which bit?
The note. Okay. And is it correct that BD Agro's management, headed by Mr. Merkichu, the same one you quoted, the BD Agro's management is talking about, quote, multi-year period, unquote, to complete, quote unquote, previous activities to prepare the land for selling. And does this multi-year period tell us something about the development potential of the ABC land?
No, I'm sorry, I don't understand your question. Can you say that again?
Sorry, is this note?
Yeah.
And it's reference to a multi-year period
Yeah.
that is required to sort out certain things.
Yeah.
Is it relevant? Is this statement relevant for your assessment of the development potential of the zone ABC?
Not unless you. I mean, I don't see that it's relevant, but maybe I'm not understanding your question.
Well, it says to commence the sale of the land, it is necessary to perform a series of previous actions and investments of funds for the purpose of regulated property relations, reallotment of parcels, and achieve compliance with the general regulation plan and so forth.
Right.
The expected duration of these previous activities is uncertain, but it is certainly a multi-year period, which significantly reduces the likelihood of collecting receivables by selling this immovable property. So is this relevant for your assessment of the development potential of the zone ABC?
Again, I don't see that. All I see is that, what you've just read, which is in this plan, it says to commence with the sale of that land. Yeah. So some are part of ABC. It's necessary to go through a series of actions, reallotment of parcels, make sure that their land is sold off in the proper way, and presumably what it's saying, but you have to read through the lines a little bit, is that this could take some time to do that and to find the right buyer for that land. It could be a multi-year period. But in terms of your question, does this affect the development potential of the land? The development potential is by definition what the land can be used for in future. So the fact that it takes some time to do this, in my view, doesn't affect the development potential of that land, if that's the question you're asking me.
But does this affect your valuation? Let me put it this way.
No, not directly, because the valuation of the land under a fair market value framework is the price that would be paid for that land by a willing buyer to a willing seller, and it's not dependent on the exact time at which that transaction takes place. Having said that, of course, the fact that the land is not fully developed, right? It's not the same land as, for example, we see in Zemun, right, which is fully developed land. No, not Batanica. Batanica is also agricultural land with a regulation plan, right? It's still agricultural land in Batanica with a regulation plan. So it's the same issue in Batanica, but Zemun has, it's much more developed. So the fact that this land in ABC and Batanica 2 has to go through that process of being developed and obviously makes it a little bit less valuable, if that's your question, than land that is fully developed.
Thank you.
Right.
Okay, can we go now to Exhibit CE 511, page 18? That is an evaluation that was prepared soon, well, after the valuation date, and it's not used for that purpose, by Mr. Bodolo during the bankruptcy proceedings. And at page 18, let's just look at the end of the one but last paragraph. See that? He says that it will be necessary to raise approximately 100 million euros. No, that's the one unfinished paragraph, sorry. Probably the last line in the document, that it would be necessary to raise approximately 100 million euros for infrastructure investments in zone ABC.
Mhm.
And he says that this raises a lot of uncertainty concerning the start and completion of this project. Is that correct? And then he, if we can turn the next page, then he outlines that from the middle of the page downwards, a number of factors that should be taken into consideration in the valuation. And you can read that, but I'll just summarize. It's a uncertain timeline of completion of the zone. A long time to fill out the zone with investments. The fact that there are other industrial zones in the vicinity which are already there and not completed and not fully used. See that?
Yes, I do see that. yeah.
Okay.
Yeah.
Did you take this or these factors into account when assessing the development potential and value of the zone ABC?
Well, indirectly, yes. I mean, we didn't refer to this gentleman's report at the time, and this is just obviously his opinion. But indirectly, I am taking into account of these factors because, and this comes back to the market approach that we're using. I am identifying land that is either exactly the same, ideally, or very similar land that also has to go through these types of processes before it's fully developed and fully completed for any particular industrial use. And that's why we're focusing on the Batanica land, for example, because that is also agricultural land with a regulation plan, but it's not fully developed. It also has to do exactly these things that Mr. Badola is highlighting. I'm not necessarily agreeing with his words.
Mr. Hearn,
So
would you agree that Batanica land was expropriated for the development of infrastructure of national importance, this intermodal terminal, railway, things like that? So this is something probably a little bit different in terms of the development and potentials of development. And now we hear Mr. Badola mentioning 100 million euros to develop this land, to put it on the market.
With respect, I think you're mixing two things here, right? One is the 100 million euros, which is needed to develop the land, right? So if you want to compare the 100 million euros with Batanica, you'd have to provide me with a similar figure for Batanica. But what I'm trying to say to you is that, in my view, the Batanica land has to go through the same types of development processes that this land does. And therefore, sorry, please let me finish. Therefore, the price that's being paid for that land and or similar agricultural land with a regulation plan becomes highly relevant for the price, for the market price of this land, even if this gentleman is right, that a lot of money still needs to be spent on this land before it's fully usable. But those are two different issues, right? What we're trying to establish is the market value for the land in its present state. And we have to look at other comparable evidence. And I don't agree with you that the Batanica land is not comparable.
Okay, but would you agree that development of the Batanica land will come from the public money and the development of the zone ABC will come from the private money? And would you then agree, if you agree to that, do you agree with that?
Well, not necessarily, no. No, I mean, the development of ABC is now owned by the public.
Yeah,
right?
but Batanica land is developed for the purpose of intermodal terminal, railway, things like that. It's a major national infrastructure
But
issue.
that doesn't, but with respect to that, doesn't change the market value of that land.
If I may, where do we have evidence for the fact that all of the Batanica land is developed for these purposes? I don't recall having that seen on the record.
We have the detailed regulation plan for Batanica, and we have testimony of Mrs. Ilic yesterday. so we can refer the
I
witness to
s-
that, but
Yeah, please refer witness to
move
Mrs.
on.
Illich's testimony, because I do not recall her saying that all of the Batanica land will be developed with public money. That's not my recollection.
We are not going to go into this issue. I mean, we can take you through the detailed plan for Batanica, but let's not, waste
Yeah,
our
but we
time.
should just be clear on the questions we
Yes.
asked and
Okay, this is.
or you make an assumption and say if
Yeah,
if
okay.
the Batanica development is publicly funded entirely as opposed to ABC that must come from private funds,
Yeah.
then does it affect the valuation?
Yes, my mistake, sorry. So let's speak about that on
I'm
that
happy to.
assumption.
I'm happy to work on that assumption.
Okay,
If you'd like,
and
if you'd
so
like
there
me
is
to.
assumption that Batanica land is publicly, development of Batanica land will
Yeah,
be
okay.
publicly funded, and the development of the zone ABC will be privately funded.
Okay.
So would make a difference in in your valuation and you using the Batanica land?
No, I don't think so, and I have thought about this quite a bit. But let me take you through my thought process for why not, right? I mean, what we're trying to do is to establish the market value of the land. I think we agreed with that. The market value of BD Agro's ABC land. It becomes relevant then to look at other transactions where market value has been used or is directly used in those transactions. Now, we know that the Batanica expropriations, and you've already shown me the exhibit, the Batanica expropriations expressly say that they're based on a market value assessment of that land. So we know that the price that was paid, and okay, let's just assume it's been paid by the public authorities. They haven't yet bought all of that land, as far as I understand, but the price that they are required to pay is the market value, and by definition, market means what's paid in a free market. What's paid in a free market? It's not the price that's paid by a public authority based on whatever the public authority wants to pay. So it reflects the market price. I mean, the only reason why that price is not relevant is if you are able to, is if there's any reason to think that the public authorities paid a premium for that land or a discount. But based on what they're required to do, they're required to pay a market price. And I have no evidence to think that they haven't paid a market price. In fact, if anything, they would probably be incentivized to pay lower than market and to see if there's an appeal. So an expropriation price possibly becomes a lower bound on what a reasonable market price is.
Thank you. Well, let's move to your second report. Paragraph 87. Let's start there.
Sorry, paragraph 87.
Yeah.
Yep.
Now, generally speaking, in your debate with Mr. Cohen, you criticize his invoking of earlier business plans of BD Agro from 2006 and 2011, right? When he is saying that the reorganization business plan will not work, and then comparing it with 2006 and 2011 plans. You criticize him for invoking these plans, is that correct?
Yeah, I think, I mean,
just a short answer.
if you, broadly speaking, I think the conclusions that he reaches, which are, and I'm paraphrasing him a little bit, but I think he reaches the conclusions that because BD Agro has not been able to implement this reorganization plan or a form of it historically, that means that they can't do it going forwards. And I think he's wrong to reach that conclusion by itself, because, as you know, for a number of reasons. One is the only business plan that we understand the business actually tried to implement was the 2006 business plan. but there were particular issues around the around diseases that affected the cows
let's
over that
stop
period.
there. I have a question about
Yep.
that.
Okay.
So you actually state, and that's what was my next point, that one of the things was the slaughter of the almost the entire herd of BD Agro in early 2007 due to leucosis, right? Is that correct? That's a paragraph 87.
Right, right.
Second sentence,
Yep.
third sentence. Okay.
Mhm.
And then you state that it was hard to replace the slaughtered herd because of the blue tongue disease in Europe, right?
Mhm.
And so these are all some unusual situations, right? Like the outbreak of a disease, things like that. Now, but would you agree that unpredictable developments and instability on the market that this causes, they are not unheard of, right? We had the 2008 global crisis. We have now COVID epidemic, right? Pandemic. So my question to you is actually, does your analysis of the credibility of pre-pack plan takes into account the possibility of market turmoils like this one that happen every couple of years?
Yeah. I think it's a good question. How to take account of these unusual type of events. I think that that's obviously quite difficult to do in any business plan. It's obviously difficult to plan for COVID, and most businesses don't put a business plan that assumes a COVID scenario. So there are obviously some exceptional events that can affect any business. But I think the job of any valuer is to look at the credibility of the business plan in a more normal economic environment and a more normal business environment.
But Mr. Cohen,
because you have asked me a question.
Yeah, okay,
right?
sorry.
And to understand that there's some headroom there, right? It's not
Okay.
overly optimistic to take account of what could happen to that business. So the way I look at it is typically to make sure that the projections are not obviously inconsistent with historical improvements, not obviously inconsistent with capacity, take account of reasonable timeline to do the investments. And as I say, when we looked at the projections in the business plan, we thought that in many ways they might be a little bit conservative. So in that respect, what you're trying to do as a valuer is to come up with a sort of P50 scenario, a best expected scenario, recognizing that the business could do better, but also that there could be events that that makes the business do worse too. You can't plan. You can't project everything.
Sorry,
you can't project
don't
everything.
ask my question. I ask you a simple question. Did you take into account possibility of various turmoils?
Well,
that
I
from
am
time to
answering
time?
your question because
And refer me to.
I am answering your question because what I'm saying is that the projections are effectively an expected projection, taking account of both upsides and downsides, right? So that's always the case when you do a DCF projection. You only have one projection for the business, and what you're trying to do is to come up with a best expected projection that recognizes upsides and downsides.
Mr. Hearn, we have here agricultural business, right?
Yep.
And I would say, or would you agree that the agricultural business is particularly vulnerable to various whims of nature, so to say, and also the whims of the markets?
Yeah, I mean, well, I don't know with you particularly, but I mean, all businesses have vulnerabilities. So,
Right.
But it is an agricultural business, and clearly, from its history, there have been times when it's clearly been vulnerable to issues like disease, for example. Clearly.
Mr. Hearn, are you an expert in agricultural business? Do you consider yourself an expert in agricultural business?
Not specifically, but I value a range of different businesses across my experience.
And is it correct that you actually based your valuation on the 100% implementation of the PD Agro's plan in the reorganization proposal?
We considered that the basic projections in that plan were very reasonable. It wasn't 100% projection. We actually assumed some additional capex that wasn't in the plan associated with an irrigation system. But we assumed, we assumed that the basic projections in the plan were very reasonable. Yeah.
Did you take into account that the farm never operated about 50% of its capacity, like for a decade, and that in 2 years prior to the PPRP, it operated only with 10% capacity? And I think you mentioned that even in your report paragraph, second report, paragraph 235.
Paragraph, sorry, what?
235.
235, yeah. Yes, of course, we knew that. And of course, that's, that's a key reason why the business is not, hasn't been, positive in terms of its cash flows. It's this type of business, it's an economies of scale business. The investment had been undertaken into the basic infrastructure of the business, the buildings, the milking facilities, but the investment had not been undertaken into the herd. And of course, as a result of that, they were way off maximum capacity. But the valuation of a business is about what the business can achieve, not what it has achieved.
So your assumption is that on the basis of the investment that was supposedly expected, the farm would achieve maximum capacity as per the business plan?
Well, we looked at the investment, the investment that had been undertaken at the time of privatization. That was quite considerable into the basic infrastructure for the business. And what was missing, in our view, for the business to become fully operational was investment into the herd. And we then looked at what was forecast about that investment. We cross-checked the assumptions that they made in terms of prices that they would need to pay for new herds. And you can see that in paragraph 250 of my report. And there were no reasons, they had received offer prices for a number of different companies to purchase new herd. So, based on that, you have a business that has all the infrastructure. It's missing the cows. They know what they need to pay to get those cows. There's no reason, in my view, to say that this business could not be operating at a high capacity in the near future. It has the land, but there were obvious reasons why it wasn't doing the investment up until 2015.
And you say that all this could have been achieved in 2 years or less than 2 years, if I understand well, paragraph 237 of your second report. Is that correct? And please give us a short answer, because we are a little bit running out of time.
Yeah, I mean, I'm not sure it's what could all be achieved. What are you referring
Full
to?
capacity of the plan.
Well, I think it was planned over,
and the implementation of the plan.
I think
You said it would be delayed until 2016.
Yeah.
So that's it, right?
The plan would be fully implemented, but the plan assumes a staging of investment into cows over 2 or 3 years. I can't remember the exact profile, but we're not assuming that they just go out and buy 6,000 cows on day one. There's a staging of investment that's been undertaken.
So your testimony is that the plan and the capacity would be achieved in 2 or 3 years as per the plan.
I'd have to look at in fact, actually my slides, you can probably see that on my slides.
Thank Merkichu. In the meantime, I can say that I was wrong, that we don't have time. I was just wondering, we do have time,
It's page 22. I
sufficient
believe.
time. But we can make a break, Madam President, when you see fit.
Yes, I was about to interrupt you in 2 minutes from now, but let's answer this
We are
question.
about to
And
finish
then
one,
then you finish this topic.
So if I could just take you briefly to slide 11. Sorry, slide, it must be your 12, sorry, I've got 10, your 10, sorry. That's it, sorry. So you can see here the projections for revenues going forwards and CapEx going forwards. And you can see that the projections of revenues start to increase from implementation, and then they ramp up in each year, 2016, 17, 18, 19, and they're ramping up based on the investment that's been undertaken in the cows, starting with 2016, then 2017, 2018. And 2016 also includes investment into an irrigation system too. But the plan is reasonable, I think, in terms of it's assuming gradual investment into the new herd. That investment will expected to bring revenues from milk production over time. As I say, they actually had offers for all the cows that they needed on day one. So it's conservative in that respect. It's not assuming go out and buy all the cows on day one. It's assuming a ramping up over 2 or 3 years.
And then just a last question for this block. And what, in your opinion, would be the consequence of not fulfilling the plan?
Do you want me to answer
for
that?
the company, yes.
Now? Right, so, I mean, clearly it's possible that the plan didn't work. It's possible, of course. And that's actually why, by the way, that's possible for any business, right? Any business has a plan. It's possible that plan doesn't work. That doesn't mean that the business is not valuable at a point in time. It's all it's saying is in the future, it's possible the business could go bankrupt, right? So that's possible for any business. But just to maybe elaborate on that answer here, that I think is also important why the asset-based valuation approach is relevant, because what the asset-based valuation approach is essentially saying is, even if you valued this business on its parts, on its agricultural land, on the value of the buildings, the value of the equipment, the value of the herd, you're not actually assuming that the business is going to operate. You're just valuing the business on its components. What valuation would that produce? And that's the second approach that I talked you through, which effectively assumes that the business sells off the agricultural land, it sells off the herd, and it sells off the buildings and the equipment. And on that basis, that is the fallback option that this business has. It's probably fortunate compared to many other businesses that if it doesn't work, it can just sell the land and the herd, right? So you actually have two different ways of valuing this business that are complementary. One assumes it continues and it becomes a profitable going concern. And the other valuation assumes actually the business just decides to sell off the land and the herd, and the value comes from those sales.
But Mr. Hearn, can we just focus a little bit here? I mean, you're very well acquainted with the business performance of the company.
Yeah.
Let's assume that the pre-pack organization plan was not adopted and never readopted, whatever, that there is no pre-organization plan, that there are no measures, no termination of the contract. What happens, in your opinion, with BD Agro?
I mean, with respect, you're dealing with a counterfactual scenario that's, I can't say, obviously, for sure what happens. As far as I know, what we're trying to do is value the business in October 2015. At that point, in my view, the business was a going concern. the creditors had approved the plan. You know, as I say, it's possible. Obviously, there's a range of possibilities from that point onwards. The business could do very well, achieve more than its profits. The plan could not be approved. You know, obviously, there's a possibility that if it's not approved, the assets could just be sold. Right?
Okay, can we for the end just put on the screen C310 and see what Mr. Merkichu said about that, and we can finish there.
Okay.
That is his letter to the Canadian Embassy, end of 2014. Can you see there?
Mm-hmm.
So it says the company is at the point where it cannot continue as a going concern without successfully completing a pre-pack restructuring of its debt. So
What date? Sorry, what date is this document?
That is Mr. Merkichu's letter to the Canadian Embassy.
What date? What date, please?
Yeah, may I have Mr. Juric? Are you representing that what Mr. Merkichu wrote here was subject to the assumptions that you stated a while ago, which is that there would be no termination of the agreement, I assume release of the pledge, etc.?
Well, I would say that these assumptions are flowing from Mr. Merkichu's letter and the sentence that he is putting there. Company
Which
cannot
assumptions
continue
do you
as
have
a
in
going
mind?
concern without
Date,
successfully
please.
completing pre-pack
We would need
reorganization.
the date,
I'm sorry?
18 December
The date is 18
2013.
December 2013, so before, when the restructuring was about to begin. Thank you. We can make a break at this point. Madam President.
Sorry, was,
Well,
that,
there
was that
was
a
a
question?
question.
I'm not sure what the
Yeah,
question
well,
was.
the question, yeah, sorry. Well, when you read what Mr. Merkichu says there, and we were discussing the alternative scenario. Do you?
But
is
isn't
this
that
something? I mean, this is what you had in mind, right?
No.
As an alternative scenario, if there is no reorganization plan. Do you agree with what Mr. Merkichu says? What happens if there is no reorganization plan, or do you not agree?
I mean, the highlighted text there says to me that in 2013, Mr. Merkichu was saying that the company is at a point where it cannot continue without, restructuring of its debt. So, that was Mr. Merkichu's view at that point in 2013. I'm not sure to be honest, I'm not sure what your question is to me.
My question was, do you agree with this statement of Mr. Merkichu, supposing there is no reorganization?
I don't have a view on Mr. Merkichu's statement in 2013.
Thank you very much. Madam President.
Yes.
Thank you.
This is a good time for a break. Let's take 15 minutes. Dr. Hearn, you know the rule that you're not supposed to speak during the break. Thank you. Yeah.
Thank you. Okay. Let's move to paragraph 76 of your second report. Where you talk about the support of the creditors. And you say, the next page, please. Yeah. Somewhere in the middle of that paragraph, the creditor's approval is even more relevant given that the creditors included a number of companies that were either suppliers or customers of BD Agro. We're very familiar with BD Agro's business and we're therefore in the position to assess the credibility of the projections. Okay, is this, I mean, you refer here to Mr. Merkichu and in the footnote 42. Is this your conclusion or it's Mr. Merkichu's conclusion that you are just adopting?
No, it's well, the statement is my conclusion. That statement is my conclusion. But what I'm saying there is that in order to assess the credibility of the pre-pack, I think it's very relevant that, first of all, the majority of creditors, including the banks, have approved it, but also that businesses that fundamentally should understand the BD Agro's farm and milk production business, and were also creditors to the business, had also approved. So my understanding is that IMLEC, which is one of the creditors for the business, in particular, that's the biggest producer of dairy products, had approved the pre-pack, as well as two other dairy producers, Molekera Sabak and Sombaled, also part of the approval. Yes. In the following statement. Yeah.
Thank you. That is exactly what the paragraph says. Now, my question is, if this is your assessment, why would you need to put a footnote to Mr. Merkichu? And if we can take a look at Mr. Merkichu, third witness statement, that is paragraph 38.
Yep.
It's almost identical. He speaks of feasibility, you speak of credibility, things like that. Were you not in the position to make that assessment by yourself?
Well, I think it's important to also, I mean, that assessment is made, I'm making the assessment by myself that the creditor's approval is relevant for my assessment of the credibility of the business plan. But Mr. Merkichu gives, more details and a little bit more background on the business that I also think is relevant to reference.
Okay. Thank you. Let us see these creditors. And before we proceed to the creditors, Mr. Hearn, can we agree that in the bankruptcy in Serbia, or and speaking specifically of bankruptcy of BD Agro, bankruptcy proceedings, there were different classes of creditors, right?
Well, that is my understanding, but I'm not. I don't think I present evidence on that.
All right.
This,
so I'll put to you that there is Class A, which are secure creditors, and there is Class D, which are non-secure creditors, and we can see that in the reorganization plan.
Yep.
Exhibit 101, page 6. a little bit of a problem. It's the very beginning of the plan.
Yeah.
And the plan, I don't have even to put it to you. You can read it, Class A creditors, secure creditors, Class D creditors, unsecure. And there is Class B and C, which we are not interested. They get everything what they have, and they are not important for the discussion at the moment. Okay. Now, take a look at the same exhibit, page 33, that is Class A. Okay? So this is the structure of A-class claims. And the first two are Nova Agrobanka and Banca Intesa, and we'll come back to them. Actually, let's make a little, let's discuss something that you have mentioned in your PowerPoint presentation. We know that there was a big position on the position of Banca Intesa in this class. Do you agree with that?
Yeah.
Okay. And you said that that Agrobanka would be privileged under the reorganization plan, right? That's you mentioned that in your presentation. Is that correct?
I don't think I say those words, but I mean.
Well, so forgive me if I didn't convey, but you can tell us what's your thinking about the relationship between the Agrobank and Intesa.
Well, they're clearly both Class A creditors, right?
Right.
Right. My understanding is that Banca Intesa had prior pledges.
Yes.
Over Agrobanka. But my understanding is that Agrobanka had voted to approve the pre-pack, and Intesa had voted not to approve the pre-pack.
Yes. And are you aware of the fact that Intesa has challenged the valuation of the BD Agro and of the land that was the basis for the pre-pack, right?
Yes, I'm aware of that, yes.
And that the Intesa submitted its own valuation, under which it would be the only or the majority secured creditor. Are you aware of that?
Yes, I'm aware of that. Yeah.
And are you aware of that, of the fact that the Commercial Appellate Court in Belgrade vacated or annulled the decision on reorganization and returned it to the lower court?
On the basis that there were inconsistent valuations for the business?
Yes.
Yes. Yes, I'm aware of that, yes.
And okay, let me put it this way. Do you agree that this meant that there would be a new valuation of BD Agro?
Well, I don't know whether there would be a new one. I don't know the exact process that would have evolved at that point, whether there would be a new one or whether one of the valuations would have been deemed to be more relevant than the other one. So I don't know about that process. Yeah.
But you would also agree that there was a possibility that that a valuation favoring Intesa could have been adopted?
Well, presumably there's a possibility that a new valuation could have been commissioned, and that new valuation could have come up with a number, if that's the question that you're asking me, could have come up with a number that was more consistent with Intesa. Presumably that's a possibility.
Okay,
yeah.
Thank you. All right, now let's move to these other creditors. You mentioned Imlek, I believe, right? And you see Imlek there at number 5.
Yeah.
And so these are secured, right, creditors, secured claims. And you see the number here of Imlek's, the value of Imlek's claim. That's Serbian dinars.
3 million Serbian dinars, 3.7 million.
Could you roughly tell us what would that be in euros?
Well, you divide it by 120.
So?
You have to tell me that because I can't do that in my head.
Can we agree that it is less than, let's say, 30,000?
30,000 euros.
Yeah.
If that's the mass, then that's the mass.
Okay.
Yep.
And now if we go to Class D, that is at page 40 of the same document,
Yeah.
okay? And we find Imlek there.
Yeah.
And can you tell us what is the value of the claim in Serbian dinars?
355 million,
355
including interest.
million. Right. And okay, we will not do the math now, but we know that we can divide it by 120.
Yep.
So it's a relatively big a sum in millions of euros, at least.
It's a bigger number, yes.
Okay.
Yeah.
So in Class D, we also have, if you go to number 4, Mlekara Shabac, that's a dairy Shabac.
Mhm.
And we have Somboled, that's another dairy producer. This is number 9.
Yeah.
They have smaller, but still relatively relevant claims, right? Somboled is how much?
It's 19 million.
Yes, and Shabac is
What number is that? I can't.
67 million, I would say. Number 4.
Number 4.
Yes.
Yeah, 67 million.
Yes, okay.
68. Yep.
Now, would you agree that that there would be a different percentage of a recovery in the bankruptcy scenario and in the scenario of the adopted reorganization plan?
Yes.
Okay, and if we can go to page 79, and that is where the company is providing us with their estimate. And you see that for Class D, in case of reorganization, it should recover 100% of its claim with reprogramming. See that?
Mm-hmm.
Okay. And you see that the Class D, in the case of bankruptcy, would recover 15% only of its claim. Is that correct?
Well, that's what it says. So
Okay.
I don't know the content. What is this? Is this precise number or just an estimate? Because
Well, that's an estimate
Yeah.
coming from BD Agro.
right.
So now, if in the bankruptcy scenario, Class D, all these dairy producers that you said were supporting the plan and the support was important, in the bankruptcy scenario, they would recover 15%.
Yeah.
Whilst in the reorganization scenario, they would recover 100% with reprogramming. Does that look like a strong incentive to you that they actually go for reorganization and not for bankruptcy?
Well, if they thought the business was definitely going to fail, then they would go for the bankruptcy, even in Class D, right? If they thought the business had a decent chance of producing cash flows and returns over time, then they're obviously incentivized to vote for the reorganization plan. So they have incentives in both directions.
Thank you. Okay, let's us then review some facts relevant for the standing of BD Agro in 2015. Now, and I'm going to ask you a couple of questions, and if you agree, you can say agree or I don't know, and then if you don't agree, we will go to the document.
Okay.
So we don't lose much time on that. It's pretty simple. Now, are you aware that BD Agro's business account was blocked continuously since 8 March 2013 and until the valuation date?
I'm aware that there was some issues around that. I can't confirm those dates, but yeah.
Okay, let's see.
Okay.
Exhibit C 321, and that is page 8. You see the second paragraph under the table, the company's business account was blocked under the enforced collection procedure on March 8, 2013, and
Right.
remained continuously blocked ever since. So,
Mm-hmm.
if you please remember that. And then, do you know that Or I put to you that insolvency of longer than 30 days is a reason for bankruptcy under Serbian law. So if you please just...
That's a legal issue. in
It's a
Serbian
legal,
law.
that's why I put that to
Well, I
you.
don't have an opinion on that.
And I refer the tribunal to Exhibit RE 445, that's bankruptcy law, Article 11. Now, let's see Exhibit RE 489, and that is BD Agro's auditors. Page 6. At the bottom, that's where they give their opinion, right? And
Could you zoom that in,
sorry,
please?
just
Yeah.
there- Sorry for this. Yeah. Right. Yeah. See this, the second paragraph. The mentioned fact indicates existence of uncertainty about company's ability to continue business operations in line with the going concern principle. So the business, the auditors say, for that reason, we cannot provide statement on the business continuity principle. You see that?
I do see that, but okay,
That is.
I do see that. What's the date of this document, please?
Which year is
Yeah.
this
Yeah, we're
annual
going to go
report?
to that. That is the March 2014.
Okay, so
Okay.
that's
So
March
it's the
2014.
2013 report.
Yeah.
Is it an annual report? Maybe
Yes,
you can just...
yes.
Yeah.
So that's
Yeah.
that's the auditor's report for the
Yes.
financial year 2013.
Yeah, I know,
right?
but I just want you to take account of that. And then you are aware, we mentioned Banca Intesa, you are aware that they, as a first-class creditor, requested opening of the bankruptcy proceedings, the bankruptcy of BD Agro. Are you aware of that?
I am aware of that,
Okay.
yes.
All right, and then we have a BD Agro, we have a commercial court adopting the reorganization plan, and then Banca Intesa and some other creditors appeal, and their appeal is adopted and the matter returned for trial. Is that correct?
I mean, that's broadly, I'm going to have to trust you on the facts, but that's broadly speaking my understanding.
So, and if you take a look at C358, that's the decision of the court, and it was on 30th September. Yeah, September 30th, received on October 7th. So that's all before the valuation date, right?
Well, some of it is a lot before, right?
Yeah,
So the
okay,
auditor's
okay.
report, for example, is
So,
you know,
but
2 years before
this
that.
is the factual,
right?
sorry, my colleague, Mr. Pecker, has something to say, no? Okay. So I'm just putting this all to you, so we have on, so to say, the factual matrix on the table. Some things are a little bit older, some things are right
Okay.
before the evaluation date. But let's suppose now, hypothetically, that there were no measures on 21st October 2015, no termination of the contract. And the events continued to unfold without contract termination, okay? So we had this decision of the court.
Yeah.
So we have no pre-pack reorganization in place, at least not yet, right?
Mm-hmm.
BD Agro's accounts are blocked, right?
Mm-hmm. Mm-hmm.
Misrepresentation.
Well, I think that we established that its bank accounts were blocked.
At that time, they were not due to the filing of the pre-pack.
No, I'm not saying that they were blocked as a matter of fact. I'm not saying why they were blocked. I'm just
No,
saying
they were not blocked as a result because the pre-pack was one of the legal features of filing a pre-pack and having it under approval before Serbian courts is that the accounts are unblocked.
Okay, we'll check that. Now, okay, so we have a situation, there is no pre-pack, there is huge debt. There are concerns about Vidiagro's
Well, again, what is it, no pre-pack? The pre-pack was still there. It was under
Mr.
approval.
Becker, we
No,
just...
I think, yeah, we need to be precise if we make assumptions. Now, I understand the bank accounts had been blocked since a date in 2013, and then due to the filing of the pre-pack plan, they were lifted. Then we have the court decision of 30th September 2015. That's a Court of Appeal decision that rejects the approval and remands to the lower court. So I understand
Yes.
that the proceedings are still pending. Is that right? They're back at the
that
lower
moment.
court.
Yes, so there is no pre-pack.
There
in
is
the
no
No,
sense
there's
that
no pre-pack approved at that
Approved.
time. There's a request that is still
Exactly,
pending.
exactly, but
Yeah.
there is
There's
no
no,
pre-pack
to be
approved.
more precise, there's no pre-pack approved by the court. The creditor's approval has not been invalidated.
Okay,
You know, there
That
was first the
remains,
creditor's
yes.
approval in June and
Yeah,
then it went.
thank you.
but at least let's put it this way. At that point in time, the fate of the pre-pack is uncertain, right?
At least you can say undecided.
Or undecisive, okay?
Undecided.
Undecided, okay, we can say undecided. And the court asked Vidiagro to do a number of things, including a new valuation. We discussed that a little bit earlier. Now, in your opinion, as an expert on valuations, how long would it take to prepare a new valuation of the land and the company if the court requested such valuation?
Well, I think a matter of a few months at most, I would say.
A few months.
At
And
most.
then you agree that the court would have to take and consider the valuation, submissions of the parties, take some decision, correct?
Well, I mean, you're asking me to opine on what the court would do. I don't think I can opine on that.
But is that a reasonable assumption that the court would have to discuss and see the papers and then take a decision?
Objection,
This
Madam
is a-
President. This
this
is a
is
question about
really-
Serbian court proceedings.
Yeah.
Okay. Well,
You can put an assumption and then
I'm
ask
putting an
whether
assumption
as a-
that it would take a few months, and you said it would take a few months, a couple of months to
At most,
prepare the
at
plan.
most would be my estimate.
Okay,
Yeah.
okay.
Yeah.
So that was, we are speaking here of October, that's probably we are already in 2016, I submit to you. Now, in your opinion, would the company be able to continue as a going concern in these circumstances for the next 3 to 6 months after the valuation date?
that is asked on the basis of the latest auditor's report, which is not the one we have seen, I
Yeah.
understand. Or on what basis
No,
do you
that is
ask?
asked on the basis of Mr. Hearn's professional opinion as a valuer who has had insight into all financial documents of Vidiagro that are
On the
relevant at that
basis
moment.
of his knowledge
Yes.
of the financials of the company.
Yes.
And just,
Thank you.
Madam President, if I may, in the meantime, so there was no expropriation, or was there an expropriation?
I understand that this is in the hypothesis, there's no termination.
Yeah.
No termination.
And the pledge on shares has been lifted or not?
No. All the other things remain except for the termination.
So there was no, okay, so basically the limbo that we had been before continues.
Okay, Mr. Pecker, when you get your turn, you will put on your own assumptions, okay?
No, I just want to clarify the assumptions before the witness is asked to answer to them.
Okay, let's put it this way. There is no termination. The situation is as described. I put to you that the next 3 to 6 months, there is no adopted pre-pack plan. Is BD Agro would it be able to continue as a going concern on the basis of the knowledge you have?
It's very difficult for me to answer that question. I mean, quite clearly, it would depend on the working capital of the business at that point in time, the access that the business could have to new capital through bank facilities, the access that the business could have to shareholder investment if it was short of capital. But the higher level point I would make is that there clearly were creditors that supported the pre-pack, and there's therefore good reason for those creditors to support. If it's a matter of a few weeks or a few months before the fate of the pre-pack was decided, there's clearly reason to think that the creditors, would have been interested to make sure that the business can continue for that period. And if not the creditors, then potentially the shareholders. But, that's a very, very detailed question of what might happen to the business over a period of weeks and months. And I, with respect, I don't think that that's relevant for me in saying what is the fair market value of the business at the date in October. At the date in October, the business is not bankrupt.
Can I ask a clarification, please? And we can make it hypothetical if you want. If you assume a company has core business and non-core business, or non-core assets, and assume the non-core assets are valuable, but the core business is underwater, would the going concern take into account the valuable assets, or you would only look at the business in terms of whether the business is a going concern?
Yeah, I mean, fundamentally what we're trying to do here is value the business as a whole, right? I mean, so to the extent, for example, that the business could sell some land to continue to fund the farm business, that's clearly relevant to the business as a whole and the valuation of the business as a whole. And that's obviously, I didn't mention that, but because that would maybe potentially take some time to do properly. And it wouldn't be obvious to me that that's the thing that they would be trying to do if the delay is just a few weeks, for example, because it may take time to get that cash. But obviously, if the delay continues, the fact that the business does have land and other assets is obviously a way to finance the business. Yeah.
So it would also depend on how quickly you could liquidize.
Absolutely. Absolutely. You wouldn't want to, potentially, sell off the land in a fire sale or a distress sale. So you would normally be exploring other sources of financing first.
Thank you. Okay, so let's keep these facts that we have discussed in mind and assumptions. And if we could go now to a very general point, that is paragraph 60 of your second report. And 61, and if I summarize well, and you will obviously correct me, at paragraph 60 of your second report, I'm sorry, I was not precise enough. Yep. And your second paragraph 60, you quote how claimants define fair market value. And then you approve of that, and you say that definition is consistent with standard definitions, and you quote Cantor in paragraph 61. Now, You see that?
Yes.
So claimant's definition mentions, quote, the parties with reasonable knowledge of the facts, right?
Mhm.
And Cantor's definition also speaks about a little bit differently about the parties that had each acted knowledgeably, right? Prudently and without compulsion. Now, Mr. Hearn, what would a knowledgeable buyer, a buyer with a reasonable knowledge of the facts, some of which we discuss now, what such a buyer would know in the situation of BD Agro? Would it know about the decision of the court and the vacating of the lower court decision on the adoption of reorganization?
Yeah, a buyer that does their due diligence would, of course, know about the these important legal issues. Correct.
Right, and it would also look into the financial situation of BD Agro.
Yes.
Okay, and then my question to you is: would a buyer with the knowledge of these facts think, a knowledgeable buyer, think of lowering the price of the company and of its land on 21st October 2015, because he would know all these facts?
Well, a knowledgeable buyer would always want to get the best price.
Right.
Right. But
So
there's
the
two
knowledge-
parts to this. There's
Okay.
two parts to the fair market value, and one is the willing seller. And the willing seller would also be looking to get the best price. So
Right,
just to follow up on your question, what that implies is that if these are simply obstacles to go through before the business is, the reorganization plan is implemented, then the seller is not a willing seller until those obstacles have been passed through. So, just to emphasize, there's two parts to this equation.
Well, as you have seen, the date of the court decision, that was, and if you call that an obstacle to go through, as you said, that was before just before the valuation date. And so let's assume we are on 20th of October 2015, a day before the valuation date, and the knowledgeable buyer knows there is the decision, and we will forget about the seller, willing seller at the moment, but you have to consider both sides. So a knowledgeable buyer would take all this into account, right?
Well, I think I've agreed with you that.
Did you factor that into your evaluation?
Well, yes.
The knowledgeable buyer.
Yes, because the value, as I said, the valuation also has to take into account that the seller also has it also has to be a willing seller. Right, and if the value, if it therefore follows that if the seller believes that the value of the business is the cash flows of this business, then the seller only becomes willing to sell at a price above those cash flows.
Okay.
Right.
Thank you, Mr. Hearn. Madam President, I will now pass the baton, so to say, to my colleague, Senka Miche, who has another area of inquiry. Thank you.
Thank you. Madam President, before I start with the questions for Dr. Hearn, I would like to clarify the issue that was raised a few minutes ago that concerns the blockage of BD Agro accounts. So I would like, for the benefit of the tribunal, but also my colleagues, to point to respondent exhibits 563, and there, that is actually the document from the National Bank of Serbia that contains the number of days of illiquidity for BD Agro, and there you will see that is on second page in PDF document. You will see that from March 2013 until 7 September 2016, the BD Agro accounts were blocked. So that is the period in which the pre-PAC reorganization plan were filed and discussed. So, and of course it goes without saying that requesting pre-PAC plan to be adopted by the court cannot unblock the accounts. Adopting pre-PAC plan is another topic.
Yes, I think you can certainly make submissions on this later, unless it is directly related
Yeah,
to a
it's
question.
not. I just wanted to clarify. Yeah,
to
just wanted to clarify the issue
expert,
that came up
But if it
here.
is not, then this is noted, but the claimant will
Yes,
certainly
of
want
course.
to address this in submissions.
Yes, I just wanted to clarify. I'm sorry for taking your time. Good afternoon, Mr. Hearn. My name is Senka Mihaj, and I'm also counsel for the respondent. I would
Hello.
like to discuss with you some other topics.
Mm-hmm.
And first, could we please turn to claimant's exhibit 656? And that is the annual financial statements of SAMBI for the year 2009. And please go to page 7. And here we see the data for two different years, 2008 and 2009. Can you see that? Yeah, would you please mark? Yeah. So this is page 7 of the document. I'm not sure whether it is a page 7 of the PDF document. Yeah, that's it. Thank you. So, Dr. Hearn, is it usual for financial statement to show data from the current and the previous year as it is shown here?
Yes, it's very common, yes.
And the data for the previous year, which is here 2008, should they correspond to the financial statement for that year, for the previous year, generally speaking?
Yes.
Okay, so when we look under assets, there is a mention of investments in subsidiaries. You will see investment in subsidiaries. Do you see that?
Yes.
And could you please explain to us, according to your understanding, what would this signify? Is it the value of the shareholding in the subsidiary, or is it the amount of investments made in the subsidiary?
Well, I think the way it's written, it's the amount of investments made, but I'd have to have a look at the notes to see that.
Do we have maybe the notes? Yeah, we have notes to the financial statements, and this is page 14 of the document, not PDF page. And I think that we also have that document in our bundle. Would you please show to Mr. Hammer? Maybe it would be easier if he could have the hard copy of this document. CE 656.
Well, so the notes say that the balance as of 1st of January, 31st December was 11.28 million. and that the additions were 11.28 million.
Dr. Hen, would you please just set on which page are you now?
Page 15.
Page 15.
So the additions in 2008 were 11.28 million, and then the balance as of 1st of January, presumably that's end 2009, is 11.28 million.
So does this help you to answer my question? What investment in subsidiary signify? Is it the value of the shareholding in the subsidiary, or is it the amount of investments made in subsidiary?
I mean, to be honest, I would have to have a closer look at this document to answer that question properly. I haven't analysed this before, so I'm not going to give you an answer to that.
I understood that you should find this document in notes to the financial
Yes, I know,
statements.
but I don't want to give you an answer to that until I've had a chance to. This is not part of my analysis, so I can't say exactly how the accounts were recorded.
I think we have to live with this answer because it's true that it's not in the expert reports. And if Mr. Hearn has not studied this before, it's not obvious from the face, at least of what we have seen.
Maybe on page 11, I live with your answer, Madam President, but maybe, I don't know if that, where it says payment for purchase of investments in subsidiaries, if that gives any more clarity. Sorry, PDF 11, internal page 9.
Yeah, I mean that gives clarity to the extent that's a cash flow that's been made in the year 2008 for purchase of investments, and that's then been reflected in the balance sheet at the subsequent year. But that's all I can say based on that, I think.
Thank you. So, if this amount should represent the amount of investments made in subsidiary, according to your understanding of these financial statements, when was this 11.2 million invested? Was it in 2009 or in 2008?
But it looks like it was invested in 2008 based on the cash flow statement.
Okay, thank you. Just a second, I'm sorry.
Sure.
Can we please go now to Exhibit CE 420? And these are the annual financial statements of SAMBI for the year 2008. And please go to page 6 of that document.
Madam President, may I intervene now?
Yes.
I'd just like to ask my colleagues whether they are also going to show the corrected financial statements for 2008. The issue here is that the financial statements for 2008 were corrected, and these are the uncorrected ones.
So maybe out of fairness to the expert, we
No
should
problem, Madam
show
President.
the corrected one.
Would you please refer to the number of documents of corrected financial statements?
It will take me some time.
Then we will go back to this and
We
maybe
can
I
come
go
back
further
to
to,
this,
yeah.
yes.
So can we go now to Exhibit CE, as I said, 420,
Yeah.
page 6. So there we also have the same information, assets. You can see it on the screen. Would you please mark the investments in subsidiaries? And it says 15.6 million. Do you see that?
Yes.
So it seems to me that what was stated in the 2008 financial statement does not fit in with the 2009 financial statement when it comes to the amount of investments in subsidiaries in 2008. And there is a gross difference of, I would say, 4.4 million. Would you say that this is strange?
Well, we would have to check which subsidiary, of course. And then look again at the notes to see whether, what the cash flows are.
Madam President, I think that this is matter for submissions and not for cross-examination of an expert who has never seen the financial statements. Look, there is no problem with this. We corrected the financial statements we are looking for. I don't know if they are in the record in this arbitration or they are just filed in Cyprus. That's one thing I do not know right now. But if there is a discrepancy, definitely, yes, there is a discrepancy. And I think we explained that in our submissions. But
Madam President, I would say that it is relevant. First of all, Mr. Hen, and he has more than several references in his reports on Zambia's beneficial ownership. And as we know, claimants are stating that beneficial ownership was recorded in Zambia's financial statement. So I think that these are not irrelevant issues and documents to be discussed with Dr. Hearn.
Yeah, yeah, of course, and Dr. Hearn apportioned the claims to the different claimants, and that is where there is a link. But
I will not, I'm sorry, Madam President, I will not push Dr. Hearn to go into details and questions he cannot answer. I'm just asking about the financial statements and to see his professional, as an expert, his professional opinion about the numbers that are there.
You can be an expert, but if you have not studied something, you may not know what
I'll
the
have no
answer
problem.
is.
These are not big documents.
Would it not make more sense to go to the reports of Dr. Hearn and see where he speaks about Zambia and ask him question in this connection?
Well, as I understand, for example, in para 166 of his first witness statement, first witness statement, yes. First expert report, I'm sorry. So he mentioned the Zambia's 75% interest in BD Agro's equity. And this is something that is recorded in financial statements.
But that's an instruction.
He says, I have been instructed, yes.
Yes, okay, I understand.
So he's not supposed to check or substantiate his instructions. You can challenge the instruction, of course, that's a matter of submission, but Mr. Hearn cannot justify his instruction, or at least he's not expected to.
Okay, Madam President, my question was whether Mr. Hearn has any explanation for this discrepancy between 2008 and 2009 financial statements. If the tribunal is of the opinion that that is not of the benefit of the tribunal, I will move forward. No
No,
problem.
I think you can certainly explain this in submissions, but since Dr. Hearn has not looked into this, I don't think his assistance would be very helpful to us.
Okay, I'll move forward. Thank you.
Thank you.
I would now have a few questions concerning your analysis of bank accounts. And that is your third report, point 331. And you actually stated here that this is the analysis of bank transactions with Mr. Obradović and Serbian companies beneficially owned by Mr. Rand. But as I understood, actually this part does not concern only bank transactions as you stated here. Is that correct? So maybe, my point is that maybe the name of this section is not proper.
I think you're right. It mostly focuses on the bank transactions, but there are other flows between BD Agro and Mr. Obradović and associated companies that I was also instructed to take into account, and that's described in paragraph 126. So, but you're right. The heading should actually say "and other flows."
And according to your analysis of bank accounts,
Yeah.
net balance between Mr. Obradović and BD Agro is around 88 million dinars in favor of Mr. Obradović. And we can see that from table 3.3, first row. Is that is correct, I think, yeah?
For the first row,
Yeah.
yes. For
Yes,
the first
yes.
row, bank statement transactions,
Yes.
that's correct.
Yeah, okay, thank you. So it says about 88 millions, if my math is correct.
For the bank statements, but there's
Yes,
also
for the
then the
bank
direct
statements, of
payments.
course.
Yes, correct. Yeah.
So in other words, according to bank statements, BD Agro paid to Mr. Obradović 88 million dinars more than it received through bank accounts from Mr. Obradović.
Well, I mean, that is my conclusion based on, what I would say is a high-level analysis of, well, it's a detailed analysis, but I have been clear that it's almost impossible to identify the nature of every single transaction.
Yeah.
But that is what it looks like to me, yes.
Yeah.
Yep.
Well, when it comes to the nature of transactions, so let me say that I understood that you have been instructed on what to include and what to exclude from your search of bank transactions. You were given keywords, bank accounts number, you received instructions on how to interpret transactions codes and so on. Is that correct?
Well, it was a bit of both, actually. We did a lot of analysis ourselves, and we identified what we thought were the right keywords to search for. So we did that analysis. I did that analysis myself with my team, based on the keywords associated with Mr. Obradović and all the other companies. We then identified the bank accounts that they appeared to be associated with, and we did searches on those. There were additional instructions, though you're right, in terms of how to interpret particular bank accounts or particular statements. So we did take some instructions on that. So it was a combination of analysis ourselves and some particular instructions where we were uncertain about exact bank accounts.
I must say that I'm a little bit surprised now, because according to your third report, I understood that all you have done is identify the long list of transactions, and that all other instructions actually were given by claimants to you. When it comes to keywords, etc., you will see from paras 124 to 125, 126, you always stress that you have been given instructions by the claimant. But let it be as it is. So, could we please go to para 126 of your third report, and there you said that you have also been instructed to include in your analysis additional transactions which are not reflected in the in bank statements, but which represented money flows between BD Agro and Mr. Obradovic and associated companies. And then you list these additional transactions, and in point A, you said that you were instructed to include direct payments to BD Agro suppliers by Mr. Obradovic of just over 75 million dinars. Do you see that?
Yes.
And Dr. Heron, did you come to this amount by yourself, or were you just presented with a number by claimants?
No, this was given to me as a specific instruction.
And you did not check that number?
We didn't. I did not have the information to be able to check that.
Thank you. Thank you. So we are still on para 126. Can we go to point B? So you said that you were also instructed to include as an inflow from INEX the amount of 114 million dinars. So did you come to this amount by yourself, or were you just presented with a number by claimants?
The same is true. We did not have the information to check that. We were given that information as an instruction from counsel.
So then I suppose when I submit to you that this result is in fact several million dinars lower, that would not surprise you because you didn't check that amount.
As I say, it was given to us as an instruction.
Thank you.
Yeah.
Let us now see Respondents Exhibit 145. So, Article 5 of that agreement says that the parties agree that on 16 May 2006 and then again on 22nd May, the buyer, which is Mr. Obradovic, and lent to the seller, and that would be BD Agro, 7.5 million dinars.
I think you would need to somehow identify this document, the date, what it is.
The date of that document, just a second.
It's 14th February
2007, that's right.
It's a contract.
And that is the contract for assignment of immovable property, and we will come the purpose of that document. Just in a second.
No, it's just that the expert needs to know what he's asked about.
Of course, he will. So there are two payments of 17.5 million dinars each, and they amount about 35 million dinars in total. Is that correct?
That looks right, yes.
And what amount would be required to set off the claim? Would it be 35 million dinars?
That would appear to be right, yes.
So in other words, if this amount is set off against the purchase price of the land, then the price of the land must also be 35 million dinars.
Well, if it's set off against, if the purchase price reflects the full value, then it would do, yes.
Yes.
No.
But if we go again to para 126 of your third expert report, but now point C, you will see that you nevertheless offset this claim of Mr. Obradovic of 35 million dinars against the purchase price of BD Agro's land of 31.8 million dinars. So my question is again, was this amount of 31.8 million dinars presented to you by claimants?
Yes, we were given that number as an instruction.
Thank you.
Yes.
And would you say that this actually create the impression that the inflow from BD Agro to Mr. Obradovic was about 3 million lower than if you have used 35 million dinars to settle?
As a matter of maths, that's right, yes.
Yeah, thank you. Thanks. And can we go now to para 123 of Dr. Hearn's report, and third report. So you were also instructed to include into your analysis the transactions between BD Agro and certain Serbian companies
Yes.
beneficially owned by Mr. Rand. So these alleged beneficially owned companies, were you presented with any documents showing that these transactions are relevant for the bank transactions calculation dealing with the shareholder loans provided by Mr. Obradović to BD Agro?
I don't recall being given any documents to verify that. I believe that this was again just an instruction for
To include these
yes.
transactions in the calculation of shareholder loans?
Yes.
Thank you. So in any event, in table, again, that is table 3.3 of your third report, we see that according to your calculation of transactions between BD Agro and associated companies, net balance in favor of BD Agro is about 5.7 million. Is that correct? Would you please just, how would you go? Over there, total transaction volume. So we will have highlighted. So I think that it is 5.7 million.
5.7 million
Yeah.
more is paid out, right?
In favor of BD Agro. Yes, I understand like that.
Right,
that
it's
correct?
more paid out, right, correct.
So but is it fair to assume that instructions that you received from claimants and which you mention in all these paras 1 to 4, 1 to 6 heavily impacted your analysis and therefore the result of the analysis? Would you say that that is fair to say?
Yes. I mean, you know, I think we were pretty clear in this section
Yes,
that we had taken instructions on what transactions to analyze. This section, this analysis was essentially a forensic mathematical exercise, and I don't form a view on whether these are all the right transactions to be analyzing. Yeah,
I understand.
Yeah.
And speaking of that,
Yeah.
so were you maybe informed by claimants that according to BD Agro's undisputed analytical cards, as of 2019, related companies that you also mentioned in your report still owe to BD Agro about 90 million dinars?
No, I'm not aware of that.
Yeah, that is actually in great contradiction with your result of 5.7 million, but I now understand why. Yeah. And are you maybe aware that all other 6 privatized companies that you, of course, refer to in your report, that they are all, let's say, financially destroyed, that they are either in bankrupt or their accounts are blocked or they are liquidated due to financial reasons? Were you informed about that? And these are all companies allegedly owned by Mr. Rand.
Yeah, no, I was not informed about that, and I have no opinion of that. This,
Yes,
as I say, this section is essentially a mathematical forensic analysis of data, and I'm not opining on the correctness of the analysis.
Okay, so
the correctness of the methodology for the purpose of the analysis. Yes.
Understood. Can you go please to claimant's rejoinder, page 62?
Okay.
So, claimant's rejoinder, that should be,
Respondents.
I'm sorry? Claimants, no, it's rejoinder of jurisdiction. I'm sorry, not to be precise, sorry. There is a chart there, so if we could see it. Yeah. So the first 4 rows of this chart were based on your third expert report, I would say. But the least 3 rows were not included in your expert report. Do you agree with that? You see the outstanding receivables towards Inex and Crveni Signals repayments of
Yeah.
BDAgro's loan and Mr. Ran's receivables. That was not included in your report, this data as I
I think
remember.
that's right. I think that's
Yeah.
right. I mean, I don't. The first 4 were not based on my report because we were given instructions in my report. But yeah, I mean, they look. The numbers are
enough.
consistent, right?
Clear enough.
Yes.
So were you ever asked by claimants to include any of the payments from these last 3 rows into your analysis?
I don't believe so.
Fair enough, thank you. And one last thing I would say, and that is again, yeah. So you were instructed to treat all payments made by Mr. Obradović to BDAgro under code 221 as a shareholder loans. Is that correct? And that you can see, of course, in your third expert reports, para 125A1. Point 1.
Yes, that was an instruction. That's correct.
Yeah. So, would it be fair to assume that without claimant's instruction, payments under the code 221 would not be included in your calculation as shareholder loans?
Yeah. So this this appeared to be a mislabeling. Well, 221, I think, didn't correspond directly to shareholder loans. It corresponded to sales of goods and services. And we then asked the question whether that was the correct labeling. And we were told that Mr. Abramovich did not purchase goods and services and that those transactions related to loans. So that was why that was reclassified.
And have claimants provided maybe any document showing that payments under code 221 that were described as payments for goods and services
No.
were in fact shareholder loan? No.
No. At least I don't recall them doing that.
And do you maybe know what is the total amount of the payments under the code 221?
No, but it's in the spreadsheet that I supplied.
Well, yes, it is.
CE889.
Yeah.
Yeah.
Maybe we can look at that
Okay.
spreadsheet. You have actually provided the Excel chart.
Correct.
Yeah.
Yeah.
So can we go please to Excel chart? And that is, of course, Excel table. So we have claimant's exhibit 889 is delivered as both PDF document and Excel chart prepared by, as I understood, Dr. Hearn. And that is the spreadsheet of bank transactions between Mr. Obradović and BDAgro. And we will have to use filters. I hope you don't
Sure.
mind. And please check whether we do it correctly.
Yeah.
So if we filter out just the transactions for 2006, and then sum up the inflows and outflows for 2006 alone, we will see that we should see that BDAgro received from Mr. Obradović total of 333 million dinars. I'll wait, I'm sorry, I'm too fast.
Well, Madam President, before we continue in this exercise, I'm again asking myself if this is really something which relates to Mr. Hearn's expertise, or he's simply put in the role of a eyewitness to calculations made by the opposing counsel.
I'm not sure who prepared this Excel sheet.
Dr. Hearn.
We did.
Yeah, so I think you can ask him questions about his spreadsheet, yes.
No, the thing is that it's not about the spreadsheet, but about the operations with the spreadsheet. Obviously, he can be asked as many questions about the spreadsheet as it stands, but I'm not sure that it's very helpful to attempt to sort and documents like that. But fine, maybe he can be
Let's
given a
see, I
computer
don't
for him
really
to
know where
perform
the
it.
questions go. Let's listen to the questions.
Madam President, this is all related to Code 221, and of course that was addressed in Dr. Hearn's report. I'm using the chart prepared with Dr. Hearn, so thank you.
So that's fine.
Thanks. Yeah. So we filter out transactions for 2006 and then sum up the inflows and outflows for 2006 alone. And we will see that BD Agro received from Mr. Obradovic total of about 333 million dinars, while it paid to him about 15 million dinars. Is that correct, Mr. Hearn?
Yeah,
Yeah.
I mean, I can't, I can see the numbers that you've shown me.
Yeah.
I can't say for myself whether that's
And
absolutely correct, because I can't see everything that goes into that calculation.
yeah,
But
Madam
Well,
President, just to make sure we understand, because what is there now is code numbers 282. And I think we were speaking about code numbers 221. So I
Yes.
think that illustrates the difficulty I was pointing to.
So we are talking about the payments of. Šta kažeš? We did or not? We did. We included all code numbers, included code 221.
So this is not specifically related to 221. It's all the code numbers that we find in 125A1.
And including the code 221. But Madam President, of course, Dr. Hearn also included other codes from this chart he prepared. So this is only the payments made between Mr. Obradovic and BD Agro. This is, of course, the part of Dr. Hearn's third report. I'm not sure what is.
Yes, I understand that. Where, Dr. Hearn, do you refer to CE 889?
He prepared it.
yes, in paragraph 126 in the table, this spreadsheet was used to calculate the numbers in that table.
Yes, thank you.
Yeah.
May I proceed?
Yes, please.
Thank you. According to this exhibit that you provided, BD Agro received from Mr. Obradovic almost 3,020 million dinars more than it paid.
Yeah, could you zoom in so I can see that
Yes,
number,
please.
please?
Please.
Yeah, assuming that calculation has been done right, that's what the data shows.
Thank you. And we are on the same topic, just another exhibit. Can we go now to CE 819? And these are financial statements for BD Agro for 2006. So please go to page 15. And that is the page 4 of PDF document. And there we can see a column with the name of Mr. Obradovic. This is within the table named short-term financial liabilities. And could you please explain to us what these numbers of for Mr. Obradovic signify? Is it the amount of BD Agro's debt towards Mr. Obradovic?
I'm sorry, what page are we looking at here?
That is page 4 of PDF document, and it says page 15 on the document.
Can we show the top of the table?
Yes, of course. Please go up.
And can you enlarge now so that we see what the columns are? Thank you.
Yeah, that's the notes there, the actual accounts doesn't. This, yeah. Yeah. I mean, sorry, you've just taken me to the notes page of an account, right? So what number are you, what's the line you asking me to
This
look
is
at? Short-term financial liabilities.
fourth
Yeah.
page of that document, and it says on the bottom, page 15 of 34.
Yeah.
And here you have others, Đuro Obradović.
Yeah.
So do you see numbers for Mr. Obradović?
Yes.
So would you explain to us what this number shows?
Well, the numbers say 309,841 at end year 2006, and then 41,000 at end year 2005.
Yeah. So as I understand it, during 2006, the debt of BD Agro towards Mr. Obradović enlarged for 270 million dinars. Is that correct understanding?
Yeah, that looks like that's right, based on these accounts.
Thank you. So according to financial statements for 2006, BD Agro debt towards Mr. Obradović enlarged for 270 millions. And we just have so from exhibits, which refers to bank transactions, that bank transactions states that BD Agro received from Mr. Obradović 320 million dinars. So it is about 50 million difference, to say that. And would it surprise you if I submit to you that this 50 million dinars actually relates to payments under the code 221? And if you wish, we can again go to.
Yeah, I mean, I have no view on that. I'm not, as I say, this was basically a mathematical exercise by me to calculate these numbers. But we could go to the code 221 and see the numbers if you like.
So my question, let me rephrase my question. You were not aware that at the time, in 2006, actually BD Agro did not recorded all payments of Mr. Obradović under the code 221 as shareholder loan.
That was what we were instructed to assume. Yes.
Yeah. Thank you. May I have 1 second, please?
Sure.
Thank you, Mr. Hearn. I have no further questions. Thank you, Madam President.
Thank you. Any questions in redirect examination, Mr. Becker?
Yes. First, you were, Mr. Hearn, generally asked now at the end to compare cash flows and balance sheet items, correct?
Yes.
Can a liability be incurred without an underlying cash flow between the debtor and the creditor?
Yes.
Similarly, can a liability be repaid without an underlying cash flow between a debtor and a creditor?
Yes. But you are asking for accounting input and yeah.
So can we get very far if we just compare items on, I would say, isolated items, like one line on the balance sheet with cash flows?
But it's very difficult because you don't know what else is going on.
Mr. Hearn, you were also asked, and this was document CE 101. It's part 421. It should be the table of creditors in Class A.
Yes.
You were getting a few questions about the impact that valuation of BD Agro's assets may have had on the balance of power, if I may say so, within Class A. And I believe this is also a topic that you addressed during your opening presentation.
Yep.
So could you perhaps more explain in greater detail on the relationship between the balance of power and the valuation of assets of BD Agro?
Is this about slide 21?
Yeah.
Yeah, because you went very fast
did,
over this
yeah.
slide, and it would be helpful if you can give more explanation about it.
Could we put the slide on the screen, please? Slide number 21. Yeah, so I apologize for going quickly through this, but first of all, the slide at the bottom shows my understanding of the Class A creditor loans and the percentage allocation across the different creditors. My understanding also is that Banca Intesa has the sort of prior pledge on the assets, has the most secure loans on the assets. And the purpose of this slide was to really try to indicate the relationship between the loans associated with the Class A creditors, which in euro terms is about 21 million, and the value of the assets, both in my scenario and also in the claimant scenario. So you can see in my scenario, or in my analysis, the value of the assets is in the region of 94 to 121. I believe it's more, is probably better assessed towards the top end of that range. So clearly, in my scenario, the value of the assets is, way above the value of the Class A creditors. But even for the respondent's valuation, and what I've tried to do is to present Mr. Cowan's valuation here, and you can see the Mr. Cowan's different valuations, depending on what scenario he looks at. But even Mr. Cowan's valuation of total assets before we deduct other liabilities is significantly higher than the 21 million. And the point of that analysis was to indicate that in the event that the court determined a new valuation of the assets, it seems to me that even in the respondent's case of valuation, that the valuation of those assets would be well above the creditor's valuation. And the reason why that's relevant is because, and I'll just give you a scenario. Let's say the valuation of the business, of the assets, was determined to be 10 million, right? 10 million. That's well below the 21 million for the creditors. And in that scenario, because Banca Intesa has prior claim on the assets, it becomes the senior voter on the reorganization plan. So in that scenario, it seemed to me that yes, Banca Intesa would have, the right to potentially disapprove the reorganization plan, but it didn't seem to me that that scenario was realistic, because even in the respondents' world, the valuation of the assets was well above the senior A creditors' debt. So even in their world, it seemed to me that their valuation would not lead to a disapproval of the reorganization plan, and it would not lead to Banca Intesa having the majority vote on that reorganization plan.
Do you have other questions?
No further questions.
Ah, sorry. I didn't understand this. Do my co-arbitrators have questions? Yes, please.
Good afternoon.
Good afternoon.
If you didn't have the 2015 reorganization plan, so in the hypothetical, let's say that didn't exist,
Yep.
would you have still undertaken a DCF valuation?
I mean, a good question. I think, you would have to think, well, what would there have been at that point instead? And we don't know. I don't know that, but clearly the reorganization plan was in effect a business plan for the company going forwards. If there was no reorganization plan, then we would have had to look at, well, what other plans existed for the company. And if there were no obvious plans for the company to continue as a going concern, then it would be difficult, I think, to then say that a DCF is a relevant model to use. That then, in my view, means that, probably you're putting more weight on a valuation that assumes, the business would be sold off.
Yeah.
Which is effectively, but that, in a sense, that's effectively the other way that I valued the business anyway, because I valued the business based on the value of the agricultural land, plus the value of the farm assets, plus the value of the herd. So in a sense, that is, the other way to value the business if there's no credible business plan associated with the, with the business going forwards.
So looking at the business plan and looking forward rather than backwards, how would this be any different from, let's say, a startup dairy operation, if at all?
Yeah. I mean, I think a startup business, requires, in my view, more certainty about the viability of the business, to the extent that, typically a startup business hasn't undertaken the capital investments, for example, necessary to, build the capacity of the business. You're typically in a startup stage, you've got a business plan often, and we see lots of examples of this in disputes. You have a business plan, you have an idea, maybe you have a patent, right? But you haven't, a startup is typically defined as you haven't done the investments necessarily to realize the revenues. I don't think that, this business to me is not a startup business, principally because the investments have been undertaken. The investments into the infrastructure, the milking facilities, crucially the land, the farm, that's all there. The farm has been operating, but it's clearly been operating at, substantially below, capacity. It's been operating at 10%. So this business to me is not a startup, but it's a business that hasn't generated its potential for various different reasons. But the fact that it's done the majority of the investments, the fact that it has been producing, it's got suppliers, it's got contracts in place. It's much more than a startup, and you're very much at the stage where you have cash. You have historic cash flows. The big difference is determining what is the reasonable potential of the business going forwards. To realize the potential of the investments.
Is it unusual that the value of the assets individually is in one way could be higher than a DCF value of the same assets? Is that unusual?
I mean, not really, actually. I mean, in a competitive market, that's exactly what you would expect, right? Because you make the investment, and then you get the investment back discounted at the cost of capital, and the two numbers in a competitive market are broadly similar. So it's not unusual, actually. It's exactly what you would expect.
But then look, if you would be looking at highest and best use of the assets, would the difference in the valuation between those two methodologies, would that matter?
Yeah, I mean, a little bit. I mean, obviously, if you invest the capital and you don't expect to get all of that back in the DCF, then your investment is net present value, zero, negative rather. I think what we're dealing with here is a business plan that looks a little conservative in many ways in terms of its revenue projections. It's got a pretty high discount rate associated with Serbian country risk. So it's generating the cash flows. They're being discounted pretty strongly to today's prices. And the valuation is pretty much bang in line with the value of the investments. Where you create value, of course, is if you can grow the business even more than what's projected. But I think the fact that the two are the same also recognizes the fact that the agricultural land is itself quite valuable.
If I'm a hypothetical buyer, and this is I'm thinking aloud here, but if I'm buying a business, debt is good because it's not it's a risk from the business, not necessarily mine. But when I put in equity, that's my money.
Mm-hmm.
Would I not sell the land in the business in order to fund at least in other words, I wouldn't put any equity in. I would sell the non-core land to fund my equity portion, and then I could bring in the debt. Would that not make sense from a business perspective?
I guess it depends what other options you have with your capital. I mean, certainly you can see, logic for that here. But on the other side of the coin, here it's if everything continued as the investors expected, then you have the potential for that land to be worth much more in the future. If the Sremska Gazeta road was developed as it was intended, for example, and a urban development plan put in place for that land, then the land could increase quite substantially quite quickly. So it's a strategic decision, I would say, on use of capital.
But in your DCF model, all financing was external, correct?
Correct. It's not appropriate. The DCF model is essentially a free cash flow model. You're just looking at the revenues and the operating costs and the capex for the business. And in the first couple of years, it's slightly negative. And that assumes that, there would need to be some investment from somewhere. But, that's not really, in my view, that's not really that relevant, because so long as the overall cash flows of the business are positive, then that says that the investment, the business should attract investment. And whether it comes from the shareholder, or it comes from the sale of land, or it comes from a bank, it's not a factor that really gets taken into account in a DCF model.
Okay, thank you. Madam President. No more questions.
So good afternoon, Dr. Hearn.
Hi.
Could you hear me well? Yes,
I can hear you, yes, sir.
thank you. Well, at this very late stage of this morning, or rather afternoon, I will just raise a very, very general question. Dr. Hearn, if you have to make a very, very general comment about the difference between the price paid for the privatization and the amount of the valuation, what would you say?
So the price that was paid was in 2005, I think, and there were further investments after that. So obviously there's a lot has happened since the privatization. There's been all the investment undertaken into the farm itself. And then there's been the development of the general regulation plan for the construction land that we have been talking about, the land ABC, to develop that land for construction purposes. So all of that, and obviously the farm has been operating too over time, but all of that needs to be. All of that is a factor that's obviously not taken into account or properly in the privatization. In the price paid. So for that reason, I haven't looked at the price paid as a reference point here for the valuation, because of the substantial amount of time that's passed, the investment that's been undertaken, and the other factors that have affected the valuation of the land over that period. So for my valuation, obviously when you're looking at a fair market value, you're looking at a valuation at a particular point in time, which here is 2015. And, to me, the relevant information to look at is the relevant information at that point in time as far as possible about what the market price is for the assets of the business at that point in time.
Thank you.
Thank you. I would like to understand to what extent you scrutinize the reorganization plan, and to what extent you've just taking it as it is. I understand you say it's consistent, it's conservative, and you also say it's consistent with the performance of prior years, which I understand to be the performance per unit. And so the difference, because prior years were loss-making, the reason why the business becomes profitable under that plan is simply the increase of the herd? Or
yes, I mean, essentially, Madam President, I think that's right. Now, just in terms of what the sort of scrutiny that we gave to the plan, I think that's set out in one of my appendices. So the appendix to my second report.
yes, I mean, it's.
But broadly speaking, in terms of what's driving the improved profitability, this is essentially a business of economies of scale. You make the investment into all the milking facilities and into the land especially, and naturally, unless you have the cows, the business is not going to be profitable, because the profitability of the business comes from, in essence, the sale of milk, plus also the sale of some of the cows for meat purposes, etc. So clearly, you've got a business here with assets, but not the critical asset, which is the cows. So, what we did then when scrutinizing the plan was to look at on a unit basis, because we didn't have the capacity, we just had some cows, were the revenues per herd or per milking cow consistent with what has been achieved in the past? And the same for operating costs. What was the general trend per unit? So did it look reasonable on a unit basis? And therefore, when we assumed it would increase in size, did it look reasonable on a capacity on a higher capacity? And so obviously the things to look at there are the revenues, principally the revenues per herd, the operating costs of the farm, and then the capital cost. Those are the big driving factors. So paragraph 238, you can see that the revenues per herd were about 200,000 dinar up until about 2012. But then, we understand the business had new management. Mr. Marcevic and was employed, and he brought in two new managers of the business, Mr. Wood and a local gentleman. They improved the performance, and you can see that. It's also described in various witness statements, but basically you can see that from what happened to the farm. You can see that in 2013 and 2014, the business, the revenues per herd improved dramatically. And what I did, with my team was then to look at the forecast going forwards, and did they look consistent with how the business was performing? And actually, they're about 20 or 30% lower going forwards. So that was sort of my the basis of my sort of conclusion. Well, they look very reasonable, if not conservative, going forwards. And then we did this, essentially the same exercise with operating costs. Operating costs had trended upwards, but that's natural if you haven't got a big enough herd. Obviously, as the herd increases, you would expect those operating costs to be spread over, more cows, essentially, and that's exactly what we saw going forwards. So, for similar reasons, the operating costs looked reasonable. We looked in more detail at the wage cost forecasts. We saw similar relationships between what had happened historically and what was projected going forwards. And then, crucially, and this is important, we looked at what was being assumed about the new investment for the cows. And they had an assumption in the business plan of, I think, 1,800 euro per pregnant heifer. We then looked at all the offer prices that they had received from tenders for heifers. We looked at whether it was feasible for them to get the heifers as quickly as they were forecast. And actually, one of the farms, one of the suppliers was offering all the cows already up front. So there didn't seem to be a supply problem in getting the cows. And in fact, the business plan assumed that they would get it over 2 or 3 years rather than buying it all at once. So, I think from a high level, that was the sort of the broad methodology that we looked at. And then, as I say, the fact that the business plan had been checked by the various creditors, including the dairy producers.
Yeah, you have said that already.
Yeah, also gave us credibility. Also gave it credibility.
And do I understand correctly that this is somehow summarized graphically in your slide 22?
Yes.
Now, of course, one of the issues that we will face is whether, if we get to damages, whether we use DCF or asset-based. It is unusual, of course, to use a DCF for business that has a track record of losses in investment arbitration. Now, I understand that you're saying yes here, but we have a business plan going forward that looks reasonable. Is it not more that's a different question maybe, but if you have comments on DCF versus asset-based, in this context, you may do so, or you may make them, of course, as well. Is it now more common for farming businesses to use asset-based valuations rather than DCF?
Um,
And maybe the last thing I would like to say before you answer is that reading your reports, I thought that asset base was more like a cross-check, and listening to you today, on at least 2 occasions, you emphasized the importance of the asset-based valuation. So does that mean that you're not entirely sure that DCF is the right way here?
yeah, they're very good questions, and they're not super easy to answer. But let me have a go. I mean, I think generally speaking, what I would say as a valuator is it's important to look at the valuation of a business typically from different perspectives. Fundamentally, any business is only worth the cash flows that the business generates. So
you said this 3 times.
Yeah, exactly. But just so therefore, from a valuation perspective, the cash flows that the business can generate are crucially important for the value of the business. But of course, here we're dealing with a slightly unusual situation of the business can generate cash flows through the operation of the farm, but it can also generate cash flows from the sale of the land. And that's not always true, of course. Many businesses don't have the assets of the business are not always tangible. They're often in brand value or intangible assets. And therefore, it's very difficult to use an asset-based approach in that circumstance. Here, it's not, it's much more straightforward to use an asset-based valuation. But that asset-based valuation is in itself a form of DCF, because what it assumes is that the business would effectively sell the assets, and the cash flows would be realized through a process of selling rather than operation of the farm. So I say that because I think what I always ask myself when I do a valuation is, why am I getting a difference, if I am, between different valuation approaches? And sometimes you do, because you've got assets in the intangibles or the brand value or something like that. But where I think valuers have more comfort is if they can reconcile the valuation from different approaches. And I think that's what we've got here. We've got a valuation of the business based on an income-based approach or a DCF approach, but the business could also be sold off, parcel by parcel in agricultural land, and the assets sold. And both valuations are telling us, broadly speaking, for the farm, that the numbers look, pretty similar. So I think you're right, in the sense that in my reports I did present the asset base as a cross-check, because I think fundamentally a business should be looked at from a cash flow perspective. But actually, in many ways, they're one and the same. They're 2 different sides of the same coin here, because you can operate the business in different ways, or you can realize value from the business in different ways.
That's a more specific question. You remember the discussion about development of the Batanicna, I do some. I always abbreviate BATA, so I don't know how it looks later. About the development of this land was funded by a public budget. This was an assumption, and the ABC land was funded privately. And then you said that this makes no difference in terms of the market value, because what you're trying to establish is the market value of ABC. For that, you look for comparative valuations of similar land, and the documents refer to market value and so you thought, I can take this. But of course, the question that in my mind still remains is, what about the market? You have looked at the market value of the Bata land and you thought, this I can use.
Yep.
But the fact that then the ABC land must be developed at the cost of the buyer, does that not mean that you cannot transpose this market value, or you can transpose this market value, but afterwards somehow you need to account for the fact that the development costs comes in deduction of for the ABC land?
No, because the Batanica land also needs the same development costs associated with it. So that's also agricultural land that was purchased with a regulation plan. And after that point, there still needs to be development costs to convert that land into whatever industrial use or commercial use it's going to be used for. So for that reason, assuming a market price was paid for that land, which it should have been, that makes it comparable to in my view, to the market value of the ABC land, because both land is in exactly the same state at that point in time. I.e., the purchase price that's been paid for by the public authority it does not include any investment costs associated with it. It's just the purchase price for the land.
I suppose I have to think further about this. Let me see what else I had. Yeah, we discussed the reorganization plan. We discussed the DCF. That's a specific question too. In the award, in the interest rates, there's you mentioned two possibilities, and one is Euribor. That's the LIBOR for euros, right?
Mm-hmm.
But LIBOR will be activated or not quoted anymore relatively soon, if I'm not mistaken. What rate should one consider then? The replacement rate of LIBOR, or?
Very good question. This was an instruction to me to use Euribor. So I would, it's difficult for me to say what should be used instead in that scenario. But I think logically the replacement.
There is a comparable rate that will
logically the replacement.
Replace.
Yes. Yeah.
Okay.
Yep. Well, Madam President, you also asked about whether it was unusual to use a DCF for a company that was not profitable.
From other valuations I've seen,
yes.
I had this impression specifically for farms, but
my perspective on this is that I think it is unusual to use it for a startup operation that's not yet producing revenues, and a startup operation being an idea, a business plan, but not yet producing revenues. I don't think it's unusual to use it for a company that's not positive profitability, but more for a company, particularly a company that's done the investments needed to become profitable. because there are many disputes where, as a result of what's happened in the course of the dispute, possibly the company is not profitable, and that's often a trigger for the dispute, of course. So, my perspective is that a DCF, is very relevant for a company, especially a company that's has been operating, has done the investments, there have been cash flows. Whether it's positive or not, I think it is much less relevant, particularly when you take into account of the different factors that could have occurred that are part of the the potential claim. So that would be my distinction.
Thank you. No clarifications on either side?
Maybe, but I don't know, Madam President, if you want me to touch Batajnica again and its comparability.
Sorry?
Should we again ask about Batajnica and its comparability? I think I have a question which might clarify Mr. Rand's thinking.
I've heard the answer to my question. I'm not entirely sure it does answer the doubts I have.
Yeah,
but
that's why
that
I
can
thought
be
I would
debated
get another
later,
try.
unless you have a specific question.
Yes. So Dr. Hearn, you were asked to consider the Batajnica land, where the state is expropriating as land plots that it will further develop, correct?
Yes.
And in BD Agro, you are considering a scenario where a private investor, or potentially even the state, but let's assume the private investor, would buy the land that it will subsequently develop, correct?
Yes. Yeah.
So could you please try again to explain why you think there is no difference, maybe due to the fact that the state is the buyer in Batajnica?
I think,
Madam President, what is the clarification in the question? I would be glad to hear.
Let me ask my question. It may sound silly to you, but if I buy a house and there's no access to the road, I have to build the road. So to me, the market value of this house is diminished by the cost I have to build the road.
absolutely, absolutely.
So why does it not apply here?
Okay, so the same is true for Batajnica and for BD Agro's land. Batajnica is also land that is, when it was expropriated, land that did not have full connection,
And therefore,
roads.
it has the same deduction.
It has the same issue, exactly.
When
right.
the state buys
Yeah,
it.
yeah, that's right. So
Okay,
at a high level, my view is both land is primarily agricultural land. It is agricultural land with a development plan to build the road, to do infrastructure, to have an urban development plan. But the land in its the land in its current state is the same.
So if the state expropriates my house, it will pay a reduced market value by the fact that I have not built the road.
Absolutely.
Yeah, that's clear. Thank you.
Just a short clarification.
Yes.
We are talking about Batajnica, expropriations and so forth. Can the expert just specify when he mentions expropriations, what was the date of the expropriations that?
So if you go to my third, sorry, maybe my second report or my third report.
So are these the expropriations that we discussed?
So the figure 2.3 of my third report, they show the expropriations over the period from 2013, January 2013, to
Could you just give us a second or page?
yes, sorry, page 26. So you can see there expropriations of different plots of land from January 2013, where the price that was paid then was 27, to I think the last one is August 2016 of 32, but other ones are slightly higher than that at 37.
So can you confirm that it was 2013 and 2016?
Over that period, yes.
Is it over that period or at this particular?
Well,
points?
there were obviously different dates for the different plots, yeah.
Okay. We will discuss that
We
further.
we
on
can
this. Thank
we
you.
can
But of
look
course-
at this
Yeah.
later, and you can make submissions if
I
you
think,
want.
yeah, what you're probably getting at is that that these come after the valuation dates, but they're based on the market value, which is assessed based on transactions before the price that was paid. So in my view, it's still relevant.
That's a different discussion, is the timing of the
Sure,
valuations.
we are going to that.
Yeah.
Good. So if there's nothing further, then we can close your examination. Dr. Hearn, thank you very much for
Thank
your
you, Madam President.
assistance.
Thank you.
And we will now take the lunch break, resume at 2 o'clock with
Perfect.
Mr. Cowan. Good. So I hope everybody had a good lunch, and now we're ready to hear Mr. Cowan. Good afternoon.
Afternoon.
You're Sandy Cowan.
Yes.
You're a director at Grant Thornton.
If I can make a correction there, I'm now partner at Mazars. I moved in June of this year. I moved to Mazars.
You are now a partner of Mazar?
Yes.
Okay, good. Thank you. But you have the same activity
Yes,
at Mazar like you had previously?
that is correct.
You have filed 3 expert reports of 19th of April 2019, 24th of January 2020, and 16 March 2020. Is
That's
that
correct.
right? Yeah. You're heard as an expert witness. I would like to ask you to read the expert declaration now into the record.
I solemnly declare upon my honour and conscience that my statement will be in accordance with my sincere belief.
Thank you. So I understand you have a presentation. We received the slides, and as you know, you have 30 minutes.
Thank you. I don't have any instructions to be less as well. So, members of the tribunal, Madam President, thank you for giving me this opportunity to present my findings. Next slide, please. I've been instructed by legal counsel of the respondent, the Republic of Serbia, to provide expert evidence in this matter. My expert evidence concerns the valuation of BD Agro at the valuation date of 21st of October 2015. I've also been instructed to analyse bank transactions between BD Agro and Mr. Abradovic. I'll present my valuation followed by my analysis of the bank transactions. I've prepared my valuations under 2 scenarios to account for the distressed nature of the business. First scenario is a bankruptcy valuation, which assumes that the pre-pack plan was not accepted and BD Agro then went into bankruptcy or was sold as a bankrupt business. My second valuation is under a going concern scenario on the assumption that the pre-pack plan was accepted and the business continued to operate. I've prepared 2 further valuations, again under the above scenarios, but assuming that the Dobonacci development land has an area of only 164 square hectares, which is based on the report of Mr. Badalo, who refers to contested land. My methodology for both the full land area and the contested land area is the same throughout this presentation. On this slide, I have a summary of Dr. Hearn's valuations and my valuations. I haven't had a chance to update Dr. Hearn's valuations, taking into consideration the new numbers that were presented today. They're approximately similar, and I don't think the changes will really affect what is seen here. Dr. Hearn values total assets between 97 and 127 million euros, and values liabilities they're between 44 million euros and 46 million euros, valuing 100% of the shares in BD Agro at the 21st of October between 53 million and 81 million euros. In my all land scenario, I value total assets at 74 million euros. And then after discount, 37 million euros or 74 million euros. And total liabilities are between 57 million euros and 54 million euros, which gives me a value for the 100% of the shares in BD Agro of either negative 20 million euros or a positive 14 million euros. Excluding the contested land, my total asset value after discount is either 27 million euros or 54 million euros. Liabilities of 53 million euros or 50 million euros, thus giving a value of 100% of the shares between negative 26 million euros and 3 million euros. On the next slide, I pictorially show this in a chart with two additions, namely being the acquisition price of 7.9 million euros in October 2005 and the sale price out of bankruptcy in April 2019, 13 million euros. This just demonstrates the different values that are on option here, available here. The main areas of difference between Dr. Hearn's valuations and my bankruptcy valuation are the value of the surplus land. Dr. Hearn valued the surplus land at between 90 million and 66 million euros, whereas I rely on Ms. Illich, who valued the land at 42 million euros. And there was a difference of approximately 48 million or 24 million euros. Dr. Hearn did not produce a scenario under bankruptcy, and therefore he does not apply a discount to account for BD Agro being in a bankruptcy process. It is typical to apply a discount to represent the impact on value of undertaking sales process of distressed business. And the 50% discount is supported by the actual discount on the sale of BD Agro, and also supported by evidence in the March 2015 pre-pack plan. Again, as Dr. Hearn did not apply bankruptcy scenario, he does not account for bankruptcy costs, although he disputes the bankruptcy cost that I used in my valuation. In line with World Bank guidelines, I estimated bankruptcy costs at 20% BD Agro's discounted asset value, which led to a difference of 7.4 million euros. In the absence of any better information at the valuation date, I stick with a discount of 20%. Other areas of difference between myself and Dr. Hearn relate to the conversion fee, capital gain tax, and redundancy payments. However, the above points are the key areas of difference. The main areas of difference between Dr. Hearn's valuation and my going concern valuation are again the value of the surplus land, and the same figures that I used, and then distress discount of 30%. Dr. Hearn does not apply any discount to account for BD Agro's financial distress. In my view, a discount is appropriate to reflect that a willing buyer would factor into any price negotiations that BD Agro had been a loss-making business for the prior 9 years, had significant operational and financial issues, and was on the verge of bankruptcy. The figure of 30% is a matter of judgment, and it represents the significant operational and financial difficulties faced by BD Agro. And in my view, a seller would also take that into consideration if they accept it when negotiating any value for the shares. Again, the other areas of difference remain conversion fee, capital gains tax, and redundancy payment. Ultimately, the key area of difference between Dr. and myself was whether or not BD Agro was a going concern at the valuation date. International valuation standards defines going concern as a business enterprise that is expected to continue operations for the foreseeable future. At the valuation date, BD Agro had submitted 2 pre-pack reorganisation plans to the Commercial Court in Belgrade that had been sent back to the lower court at the date of valuation. Banca Intesa had filed a request for the opening of bankruptcy proceedings against BD Agro. BD Agro's bank accounts had been blocked since 2013. And BD Agro entered into bankruptcy proceedings 10 months later in August 2016. Based on that evidence, whether or not BD Agro could have continued operations for the foreseeable future is doubtful. Cantor further notes that a business is only a going concern that has a record of several years of profitability, which allows establishment of forward-looking compensation with reasonable certainty. As I'll show overleaf on the chart, BD Agro had no years of profitability. It was consistently loss-making from 2006 to 2014. Further, the auditor's report of BD Agro's 31st December 2013 financial statements expressed uncertainty about the company's ability to continue business operations in line with the going concern principle, unless it obtains additional net revolving assets for the business activities. So 18 months prior to the valuation date, the auditor already had concerns about BD Agro's ability to continue as a going concern. Mr. Merkichu himself notes that the company is at a point where it cannot continue as a going concern without successfully completing a pre-pack restructuring of its debt to allow for an orderly repayment and having its accounts unblocked. At the valuation date, the pre-pack plan had been sent back to the lower court. There was no certainty at that point in time whether it would be accepted or not. And therefore, if it was not accepted, the business could not have continued as a going concern, according to my interpretation of what Mr. Merkichu states there. And finally, the March pre-pack plan forecast figures are unsupported, as they expect an immediate return to, an immediate profit from a business that in the prior 9 years had not had any profits whatsoever. And it was based on 100% capacity of a business that previously had only ever operated at 50% capacity or herd capacity. And in the 2 prior years had been operating at approximately 10% of capacity. Just a brief chart showing BD Agro's operational performance throughout the period from privatisation. As can be seen, costs always outweighed revenue throughout the entire period. In a number of years, interest costs themselves on the loans outweighed revenue, in 2010 and 2012 specifically. As previously mentioned, my valuation approaches are based on BD Agro being financially distressed, bankruptcy scenario, and going concern scenario. In my first report, I prepared a single valuation and applied only a 30% distress discount to the asset values. In the Feb 2016 Conflex report, I updated my valuation approach further in my second report to include both the bankruptcy scenario and the going concern scenario. Justification for the 50% sales discount under my bankruptcy scenario is as follows. It is typical to apply a discount to represent the difficulty of selling a business in an insolvency process, marketing the business or assets to potential investors, the lack of time to do due diligence, difficulty in assessing the land conversion and value, any risks to the buyers, including the lack of warranties a buyer could expect, typically no warranties on a sale, and a limited buyer pool. The 50% discount is supported by the actual discount the assets of the business were sold on 9th of April 2019. And the March pre-pack plan states itself that if bankruptcy proceedings were launched, then the company could be sold at 50% lower than estimated value. In my view, it'd be necessary to also account for any costs of bankruptcy, and these should be accounted for in any valuation. As previously mentioned, the pre-pack plan suggests bankruptcy costs can reach on average 20% of the bankruptcy assets. And this is supported by Doing Business, a World Bank organisation, suggests the cost of bankruptcy in Serbia on average cost 20%. The 30% distress discount under my going concern scenario represents the impact on value of undertaking a sales process of a distressed business. I must emphasise this isn't a forced sale under this scenario. It's merely a willing buyer would factor into price negotiations that BD Agro had been loss-making, had significant operational financial issues, and was on the verge of bankruptcy. But also that a willing seller would accept a discounted sales price rather than go into bankruptcy and potentially receive nothing for their shares. also accounts for that BD Agro was about to go through a restructuring process if the going concern scenario is followed. And there is no certainty that any restructuring process would be successful. The 30% is a rule of thumb discount. However, I do believe it's supported by the pre-pack plan, which acknowledged the burdened property could be sold at below market value with approval of creditors, and unburdened property could be sold at not less than 70% of market value. When BD Agro had previously sold assets, land, it had been unable at times to realise the estimated balance sheet value. For example, agricultural land at Novi Bečić, which sold in 2011 at 55% of its estimated value. And again, doing business at World Bank organisations suggests that in bankruptcy, the recovery rate was only 34.5%, significantly in excess of 30%. So that would be a 65.5% discount, so significantly in excess of the 30% discount I apply in the going concern scenario. In my view, applying a discount to a distressed business is in accordance with the definition of fair market value. It assumes that both parties have a reasonable knowledge of relevant facts, and therefore, in a distressed situation, the prospective buyer would have reasonable knowledge of the circumstances facing the distressed seller. They would negotiate a lower than market value price. Other areas or other issues with my valuation. In my second report, I included a 9.2 million provision for court proceedings in my going concern valuation. This provision had been based on contingent liabilities in the notes of the 31st December 2015 financial statements, and the assumption that these liabilities were separate from the related liabilities on the balance sheet. Information subsequently came to light prior to my third report that the 9 million of court proceedings provision related Banca Intesa had been double counted in the 2014 and the 2015 financial statements. Financial statements had appeared to have been prepared incorrectly, and as such, the additional liability is not required. And in my third report, I removed the court proceedings provision. Capital gains tax. In my second report, I calculate an additional CGT liability of 5.7 million euros under a going concern scenario. I must emphasise I'm not a tax expert, and this was an approximate calculation with regards to potential CGT. CGT is required if there's an increase in the asset value between purchase and sale. Given the increase in land value that we've seen under, in my scenario, Ms. Illich, and then under Dr. Hearn's scenario, his own valuations, in my opinion, it is likely that there would have been a significant CGT liability incurred above and beyond that which is currently included in the balance sheet of 3.1 million euros. I'm not a tax expert, but I deem my calculation to be more accurate than just relying on what the balance was already in the balance sheet. In conclusion, BD Agro was not a going concern at the date of valuation. It was in a bankruptcy process at the date of valuation. It never made an operational profit. And under a bankruptcy scenario, I value BD Agro at negative 20.2 million euros, i.e. had no value at the valuation date, thus the claimant's damages are nil. Under a going concern scenario, I value BD Agro at 13.8 million euros. I'm instructed that SEMBI's proportion of the shares will be subject to capital gains tax of 0.2 million euros, thus the claimant's interest in BD Agro is valued at 10.8 million euros. I shall now discuss the bank transaction analysis. Dr. Hearn and I approximately agree with regard to the bank transactions. There's a higher outflow of funds going from BD Agro to Mr. Obradovic in the bank transaction loan balance, amounting to at least 88 million euros and potentially up to Serbian dinar, and potentially up to 136 million dinar. The main differences between my bank transaction analysis and Dr. Hearn's analysis results from differing instructions, particularly in relation to Sales of Goods and Services Code 221 we heard about earlier. Dr. Hearn has been instructed to include all of the 221 transactions, and I was instructed to only include transactions under that code that specifically reference a shareholder loan. The difference relates to a number of transactions, but a significant proportion of the transaction relates to the three below that I include for the purpose to show the court, tribunal. The difference there comes up to 50.5 million dinar. Without any appropriate additional documentation, I have no basis to conclude that these additional transactions should be included. Dr. Hearn was also instructed to include a number of other balances with regards to transactions between Mr. Obradovich and BD Agro and associated entities. As we've heard previously with regard to the land assignment, this relates to a loan made by Mr. Obradovich to BD Agro of 35.5 million dinar. The loan was offset by the transfer of land. Dr. Hearn valued the land at 32 million dinar. I deem it more appropriate to value the land at the value of the loan that was provided. Dr. Hearn included payments to suppliers. I have seen no evidence to dispute the value of those payments. Dr. Hearn was also instructed to analyse bank transactions between associated companies and BD Agro. Rather than rely on the bank transactions, I took the outstanding balances between those associated companies at the valuation date or near the valuation date to calculate the end, a final balancing figure owed by the associated companies to BD Agro. So my balancing figure is approximately 190 million dinar compared to Dr. Hearn's of 6 million dinar. In total, when examining the bank transactions between BD Agro and Mr. Obradovich, my analysis suggests Mr. Obradovich owes BD Agro approximately 136 million dinar. And when taking into account additional transactions between BD Agro and Mr. Obradovich, transactions between BD Agro associated companies that Dr. Hearn refers to, my analysis suggests Mr. Obradovich owes BD Agro 285 million dinar. That concludes my presentation.
Thank you. Mr. Pekash.
Thank you, Madam President. Good afternoon, Mr. Cowan. My name is Rostislav Pekash. I'm counsel for the claimants, and I'll ask you a few questions about your expert reports and certain documents. First, I would ask you to kindly go to paragraph 2.28 of your first expert report. And you explained there that you chose to rely on the Confinex valuation because, and I quote, this was the basis for the asset values in the 31 December 2015 financial statement. Can you see that, sir?
Yes, I can.
Was it your expert opinion at the time that the asset value in the, or the asset values, I should say, in the 31 December 2015 financial statement were the most appropriate starting point for your valuation?
At the point that I wrote the report, yes.
Do I understand correctly from your answer that you no longer think so?
The Confinex report was the information that I had at the time. I've since updated my valuation for a number of different issues, including the land valuation prepared by Ms. Illich.
Well, actually, that was my question, because you prepared your first report on 19 April 2019, correct?
Correct.
And I was wondering, what new information have you got since 19 April 2019 that has changed your opinion as to the appropriateness of relying on the Confinex report?
Since then, I've received the valuation report on the land of Ms. Illich.
Mm-hmm.
I've also received, I think that's probably the primary change in my valuation.
Okay. And were you instructed to rely on Mrs. Illich's valuation, or was it your own decision to rely on it?
I was instructed to rely on the valuation, Ms. Illich.
Did you independently assess the reasonableness of this instruction?
I looked at the, I reviewed the report of Ms. Illich, and I considered, when taking into account Dr. Hearn's land valuation and Mr. Zizik's land valuation, that Ms. Illich's land valuation was appropriate to rely on in this situation, yes.
Well, here you referred to the valuations prepared by Dr. Hearn and Mr. Grzesik, but I think originally your starting point was the Confinex valuation, was it not?
That is correct.
So you independently came to the conclusion, independently from the instruction you received, that Mrs. Illich's valuation was a better starting point than the Confinex valuation, correct?
That is correct.
When making that conclusion, did you take into account the fact that Mrs. Illich's valuation of the construction land is based on asking prices for 5 land plots that are not identified by their location?
I'm not a,
I'm sorry, I have to object. It has not been established that the 5 land plots for the asking prices were not identified by the location. And if you go to the relevant exhibit, there you can see that. So if you know,
Okay.
you can assume that, or we can go to the exhibit and ask the witness. Thank you.
Well, I believe I remember Mrs. Illich's testimony from yesterday.
You can be pointed to the exhibit if you wish.
Yes. No, we will find the exhibit.
I'm told it's 561, RE 561.
Okay. So we will scroll it down for you. So this is the first one. Can you see the location of the land plot here?
yes.
Where is the location of the land plot?
I assume it's your red dot.
Mr. Cowan, have you been to Belgrade?
No, I haven't.
This is in the center of Belgrade.
I'm sorry again. The picture clearly shows it's written location, Dobanovci bypass, right side coming from Belgrade industrial zone. Is that just the last line? And it is a translation
I'm not
of
asking,
the exhibit.
Sir,
So
I was asking the witness where he thought, he said he knew where the land plot was. I asked him where it was. He pointed to the red dot, and I told him that this is on the right bank of the Sava River, which, as you know very well, is in the center of Belgrade. Right, so, okay, let's go to the other one. Mr. Cowan, could you tell me where this land plot is located?
I mean, I can't, other than reading the text that's on the exhibit.
Yeah, could we go to the next one? Can you tell me where this one is located?
again, I'm relying on the translation.
Yeah, but did you, well, the translation is not in the record, so.
Sorry, could you repeat your question?
Yeah, the translation is not in the record, sir. So were you shown a translation of that text at the time?
No, it wasn't.
Okay, so I think we can.
I'm sorry, why do you say the translation is not in the record? I see land plot and industrial.
Oh, sorry. Yeah,
zone.
sorry. Yeah. Okay, so you say land plot industrial zone near Nelt and Pepsi. Access from the dirt road infrastructure close to the plot highway is 7 kilometers from the plot. So that allows you to locate the plot.
Yes.
Okay. So you know where Pepsi and Nelt are located there?
I assume that someone other than myself could locate it from the text there.
No.
I,
Could we
I'm
go?
I'm not a land expert, and I'm not.
No.
A
Could
land
we go
expert
further
on
down?
Serbia.
So here we have land plot in industrial zone Ibatajnica, access from the paved road infrastructure close to the plot, 24 euros per meter square. Again, can you tell the exact location of that land plot?
I can't know.
Is there any other advertisement that we skipped? So here we have construction land in industrial zone in the Vanuatu decision on change of uses obtained close to industrial facilities, 25 euros.
Yeah.
Yeah. So here you can determine the location, you believe?
I can't determine the location from the
Thank you.
information there.
Mr. Cowan, do you agree with me that by relying on Mrs. Illich's valuation of the land rather than the Confinex report, the starting point of your valuation decreased by approximately 20 million euros to 73.7 million euros?
I'll trust you on the maths, so yes.
And then in paragraph 6.41 of your second report, you set out a further valuation scenario where the starting point of your analysis is that what you call the development land is only 164 hectares, which reduces the starting value. Well, correct? That's
Yes, correct.
and that reduces the starting value of your analysis to 55.9 million euros. Correct?
Correct.
Is that an alternative valuation or a replacement valuation with respect to the previous one?
It's an alternative valuation which takes into consideration whether or not the contested land should be included in the valuation of BD Agro.
And you prepared that valuation because you were instructed to do so?
That is correct.
So just if I recap, then your starting point decreased from 96.2 million euros based on Confinex to 55.9 in this alternative scenario, and just based on Serbia's instructions, correct?
Could you repeat the starting point, sorry?
Yeah, I believe that your starting point based on Confinex was 96 million.
I believe that sounds correct, yes.
Yeah, we've put it on the screen. It's 820 of your first report.
Yeah, correct.
Mm-hmm. So by following the instructions, you decrease the starting point by, I don't know, 45% approximately.
I trust your
Well, oh, you shouldn't trust a lawyer. Mr. Kamen, does any of your valuations assess fair market value?
Yes. going concern valuation.
Actually, were you instructed to assess fair market value?
Not specifically. I was instructed to respond to Dr. Hearn's reports.
Is the use of bankruptcy discounts consistent with assessment of fair market value of assets?
Which of my scenarios are you referring to?
I'm asking a general question. Is the use of bankruptcy discounts consistent with assessment of fair market value of assets?
I think it is accepted that if you've got a distressed business, the fair market value or the market value of the assets may be adjusted downwards by a discount due to coming to a negotiation between willing buyer and willing seller. Ultimately, the value of any business is that negotiation between the willing buyer and the willing seller.
Well, but I'm not sure you answered my question. I'm now concerned or asking you about the fair market value of an asset.
Of an asset.
Correct. Like a piece of land, for example. Does the fair market value of a piece of land depend on the financial condition of its owner?
I think it depends on the asset that you are valuing. So if you're valuing a piece of land rather than the businesses I was doing with BD Agro, would you apply a discount? Again, it comes down to the situation of the seller and the buyer and the knowledge that was shared between them and any negotiated point. Where I've come to with my discounts is that, and if you, the BD Agro was a distressed business, and therefore the seller, in order to make the best recovery possible, would accept a lower price than perhaps if it was sold bit part rather than as a whole, and therefore a discount is under fair market value when you're considering willing buyer and willing seller.
So I'm not sure. Is your answer yes or no?
It depends. I think it depends on certain circumstances of the buyer and the seller and the asset that you are selling.
Yeah, okay. So I will just try to illustrate it with a hypothetical. Yeah. Let's imagine that Google owns 1,000 meters square in a locality where the fair market value of land is 30 euros per meter square. What is the fair market value of that land plot?
I would suggest 30 meters square, 30 euros.
30,000, you mean?
30,
Yeah. And now the same land plot is owned by a company which is in bankruptcy already.
I would suggest that the land plot is worth less because it's what is valued to the owner. And if you are going to sell that, so fair market value is all about reaching a price that would be agreeable to both the willing buyer and the willing seller in full knowledge of all the facts. If a buyer has the opportunity to buy an asset from a distressed business, it's not going to offer your 30,000 in that scenario when it knows if it waited 6 months, that business will be in bankruptcy and it could pay 15,000 for it. So I think when you're looking at fair market value, it is all about the negotiation and the knowledge and the facts of both the buyer and the seller, and the knowledge and facts that are available to all the parties.
Okay, so let's imagine. So let's accept temporarily your interpretation. So Google steps in and buys the land plot for, let's say, 15,000. Correct?
Yeah.
Are you fine with that scenario?
Yeah.
The moment Google became the owner of the land plot, the value of the fair market value of the land plot became 30,000. Correct?
Became, sorry, what? Could you repeat that again, please?
Yeah. The moment Google became the owner of that land plot, the fair market value of that land plot became 30,000, correct?
I would say yes, because of the situation that Google's in. They would not have to sell, they would not look to sell the plot unless they were made an offer that they deemed acceptable. So they might deem that 16,000 was acceptable, they might deem that 30,000 was acceptable.
Correct. So Google has just made 15,000 euros, right? On the sale from bankruptcy.
Could you repeat the question, please?
Yeah, Google has just made 15,000 euros on the sale from bankruptcy.
In your hypothetical?
Yes, correct. Absolutely. This is purely hypothetical. Correct.
Correct.
Now imagine that their friends from Facebook also heard about this bankruptcy sale. And they also want to make 15,000. Wouldn't it be true that they will be bidding against Google up to the price of 30,000?
Are we going back to the starting point? Where do Facebook, sorry, where do Facebook come into it, please?
I'm just adding to my hypothetical, sir.
Would you mind giving me the facts of your hypothetical again? So I don't.
They are still the same. We have a bankrupt company owning 1,000 meters square with a market value which would become 30,000 if it's owned by Google, but according to you, it's only 15,000 when it's owned by the bankrupt company.
Okay.
Yeah, and that land is put up for sale by the bankruptcy trustee. And now we don't have only one bigger bidder, Google, but we have two, Facebook and Google, to make it more complicated. Yeah? Do you agree with me that the two bidders would have all economic incentives actually to bid up to the market value, fair market value that the asset will have when they own it?
They would bid up to the value that it was worth to them. So it could be, each of them has their own approach and their own requirements, and so they may bid up to 20 or 25 or 35.
Mm-hmm.
Or they may not want to get into bidding war.
Yeah, assume that they are willing buyers, please, to make it closer to the definition of fair market value. Yeah? Both of them want to buy the asset.
So both of them want to buy the asset. Again, it depends on their requirements. What are they willing to pay? As willing buyers, they both have their own individual prerogatives in order to proceed. So they may not be willing to pay more than 16,000, or may be willing to go up to 30,000.
Well, Mr. Cowan, can we agree that the definition of fair market value simply does not work in this way?
In what way?
In the way that it will look at the individual seller and the individual buyer?
I don't think we can agree that. I think you have to take into account the willing buyer and the willing seller willing.
Yes.
The price that they're willing to negotiate.
What does the use of the indefinite article in the expression a willing buyer and a willing seller tells you?
Could you explain the question again, please?
Yes. What does the use of the indefinite article in the expression a willing buyer and a willing seller tell you?
In terms of willing buyer and willing seller, they're hypothetical buyer and a hypothetical seller.
Correct. So it's not the real actual seller. It's a hypothetical buyer and a hypothetical seller. I agree with that. And so if we look at further elements of the definition which you have in 7:15, I believe, of your first report. No, 7:16. So would you agree with me that the elements of fair market value are, first of all, this hypothetical seller and hypothetical buyer, as we have just determined, that they Both must be willing. There should also be an arm's length transaction, correct?
Correct.
The price should be considered assuming proper marketing, correct?
Correct.
And assuming that each of these hypothetical parties acted knowledgeably, prudently, and without compulsion, correct?
Correct.
Sir, I put to you that this is completely different from factoring any distress factors or any discounts for a bankruptcy scenario. Because a bankruptcy scenario is unavoidably linked to the specific identity of the seller, is it not?
I think you could still have a willing seller that was in financial distress. So yes, we're talking about a hypothetical buyer and a hypothetical seller. But the hypothetical seller could still be under financial distress.
How does the financial distress of the owner affect the value, the fair market value of the asset?
Ultimately, the fair market, what you're attempting to achieve with fair market value is to calculate the price that would be acceptable between a buyer and a seller. What is it worth to both those parties in terms of purchasing the asset or selling the asset?
Okay,
And
so
depending on the individual situation of both the buyer and the seller, that has a different value.
okay, so you are telling me basically that when I'm a state, I wish to expropriate land, I have an obligation to pay fair market value for the land. Okay? And there are two identical land plots just adjacent one to another. One is owned by Google, the other one for a bankrupt company. Are you telling me that I, as the state, will have to pay a higher price to Google and a lower price to the bankrupt company?
Sorry, could you repeat the question again?
Yes. I am a state and I wish to expropriate land. Two plots of land and they are identical, just adjacent to each other. One is owned by Google, the other one by a bankrupt company. Are you telling me that I, as the state, will have to buy a higher price for the expropriation of the land owned by Google and a lower price for the expropriation of the land owned by the bankrupt company?
So you're suggesting that the expropriation should be valued at fair market value,
Correct.
and therefore whether or not the price would be different between the Google and the bankrupt seller.
Correct.
For a specific asset, I believe you'd pay the same price.
So now if you look at your table in 4.8 of your third report, and now let's focus on the what is it, like the third column, all land, my valuation bankruptcy scenario. Yeah, so you have non-farm land at 43, the number doesn't matter so much. You have total assets at 73.7.
Yeah.
So if we just established that individual assets must be sold at the same fair market value to a state that wishes to expropriate them, would you agree with me that there is absolutely no justification for applying a 50% bankruptcy sale discount?
When discussing market value, there is the market value of a hypothetical sale, but there's also the value in use. which is covered by market value in accordance with international valuation standards.
Sir, all my questions relate to fair market value.
Okay, I appreciate that. It's still covered by value in use, and the value in use to the seller in this situation, you would accept the discount is then valid. The reason I included a discount in this situation is because at the valuation date, we did not know whether or not BD Agro was going to go into bankruptcy, given that the court had rejected or returned to the lower court the pre-pack plan, and whether or not the conditions were going to be met for the pre-pack plan. As we've seen, if the pre-pack plan was not enacted.
Sir, I'm sorry to interrupt, but that was not my question at all.
I believed I was explaining, but
No.
Phil, please ask your question again.
Okay, so here you list several assets, like development land, other construction land, novi beche, agricultural land, other fixed assets, current assets, deferred tax assets. Well, that's probably not sellable, but farm assets. Yeah, so all of these are individual assets. Obviously, they are grouped here in categories.
Yeah.
But these are individual assets.
Yeah.
The fair market value, I think we have established, of individual assets does not depend on potential financial distress of the seller. Therefore, my question is, assuming that each of these assets are sold, which I believe is what is assumed in a bankruptcy scenario, why would any discount for a bankruptcy sale be applicable?
We're not valuing the individual assets, we're valuing the business of BD Agro, and therefore it's part of the total in terms of coming to the value of BD Agro in a bankruptcy scenario.
So you believe that in bankruptcy, that somebody would be buying the business of BD Agro as a whole from bankruptcy? That's the scenario that you valued here?
I mean, that's, well, to some extent, that is what happened, I believe. Correct me if I'm wrong.
But wouldn't then be more appropriate, given the valuation rule, that you should always assume the highest possible price? Wouldn't it be better than to sell the individual assets and thus avoid the application of the 50% discount that you propose?
In a liquidation scenario, you may sell on an asset-by-asset basis in order to achieve the highest possible price. My understanding of performing this valuation at the valuation date, we're valuing the business as a whole, i.e. the shares at the 21st of October 2015, rather than on an individual asset basis.
Well, the assets can be sold individually to obtain cash, which will then be distributed to shareholders. That's perfectly possible, is it not?
Yes.
And if they are sold individually, the 50% discount will not apply, will it?
In that scenario, no.
So now let's return to the Confinex report, please. It's CE 172. To save some trees, we only have a portion of it printed out, but obviously it's no, oops, I have the wrong reference here. No, it's RE, yeah, we should have CE. And I kindly ask you to look at the summary page of the Confinex report. Here we go. I think a little bit up on it's page 23, but it's not 23 in the PDF.
I've got it here.
Yeah. So here, Confinex concluded that the estimated value of assets is in euros 96 million. Total estimated liability is almost 40 million. and therefore the estimated value of capital was 56 million euros. You see that?
Yes.
And in 228, which you may look at, leave that open if I may ask you, and then just open your expert report.
Which one, please?
First one, 228. You state, I have based my maximum valuation on the February 16 Confinex report, as this was the basis for the asset values in the 31 December 2015 financial statements.
Yes.
Yeah. And then you also state that in the same paragraph, actually, you explain that the financial statements were prepared on a going concern basis. Can you see that?
Yes.
Do you know which entity controlled BD Agro at the time when the 2015 financial statements were prepared and approved?
I assume it was the privatization agency.
So would it be fair to say that the privatization agency agreed that BD Agro was a going concern at the end of 2015?
I believe it's more the preparation of the statements. That's probably fair to say, yes. I'd agree with that.
I don't understand. I believe that the financial statements of a company need to be approved by the shareholders. Is that your understanding?
Yes, they're prepared by management and approved by the shareholders.
And if a shareholder does not believe that a company is a going concern, why would the shareholder approve the financial statements?
I agree.
And actually, in 227, you explain that in the second sentence, that you do not deem it appropriate to value BD Agro as a going concern, in which case using an asset-based approach method is the most appropriate. Can you see that?
Yes.
And would you agree with me that the asset-based approach is exactly the one where you do not apply any discounts for bankruptcy? If you want to determine fair market value?
Again, it comes back to it depends answer. But if we're going back to your earlier point, if you're going to sell it on an asset by asset basis,
Yeah.
I'd agree.
Yeah, okay. Now let's touch briefly your analysis of the transactions. Mr. Cowan, what you looked at were essentially money transfers from certain bank accounts, correct?
Correct.
Are you certain that these are like all relevant bank accounts?
I believe so. I received a list of bank accounts from council, which I believe came from the National Bank of Serbia. Going through that list, I then received bank accounts which associated with that list. As I went through, not all of the bank accounts I did not receive bank accounts for all of the bank accounts on that list, and some of them didn't have any transactions. And following the submission of my second report, I've also seen letters stating that all the bank accounts available have been provided to myself. So, in summary, I don't believe there's any other bank statements that I haven't seen.
That you haven't, there are any bank account statements that you have not seen?
I don't believe so.
Yeah. But yes, sorry, there are no bank account statements provided by Council for Serbia that you have not seen, or?
I don't believe there's... Yes, sorry.
Yeah, I believe that, yeah.
You go ahead. Ask
Yeah.
the question that you want to ask and I'll answer it.
Well, my point, I think, is simple. You were provided certain bank account statements,
Yes.
and maybe with the representation that these are all bank account statements which are available, and you relied on that representation, correct?
That is correct.
Yeah, you do not have the means to check what is or is not on the accounts, correct?
That's correct.
And can we agree, Mr. Cowan, that a bank transfer of money in principle does not allow me to know the legal label, I would say, I need to put on that transfer? So a bank account transfer does not allow me to say if that's a repayment of a debt, if it is the making of a loan, if it is payment for a purchase, if it is a donation. Would you agree with that?
It depends, because you can obviously put a description when you make a bank transfer, describing what it is, whether it's a purchase or a loan or a sale.
Yeah, so yeah, I understand that your analysis is based on these descriptions, and quite frankly, that made me tremble, because I'm making wire transfers and I don't always put the right description there, but okay. Would you agree with me that the description is just a code, you know, an element which is maybe not even compulsory?
I'd agree, yeah.
And that if I just click something else, I just click something else, right? There is, well, if I want to see, my point is the following. Would you agree with me that if I want to see the purpose why a certain transfer was made, I should inquire further the description of the, on the transfer, and I should try to look, for example, whether there is an agreement to document it. I should try to see if the parties can explain what happened. Would you agree with that?
I guess the starting point is to put the correct description, but yes, you could also look for supporting documentation for those bank transactions.
And do you agree with me that a loan agreement can be made orally?
I mean, I think that's a legal point rather than something for me.
And do you agree with me that a loan agreement can, or that, okay, I will avoid the legal labels, but do you agree with me that I may become a creditor of a company without transferring any money to that company?
I mean, you could transfer other assets rather than money to become a creditor, yes.
And what if I buy that company's debt?
I guess there is a transfer of funds if you buy a company's debt.
No, I said transferring money to that company.
But yes, you could, yes.
Yeah, because then I am transferring money to the original creditor.
You are then the debt holder.
Yeah. And would you be able to see that through your analysis?
Not if you've only looked at the bank transactions, no.
And similarly, I can be repaying a debt without transferring money to the company.
Correct.
And again, if there is no underlying money transfer, then this is not something which will be seen in your analysis, will it?
No. It comes down to the accrual nature
Yeah.
of financial statements.
So
of accounts.
there's one thing which somehow, caught my attention in Appendix 3 to your second report. No, was it? Yeah. No, sorry, it's the third report, no? Yeah. Oh, second, sorry, I was mistaken. Because if you refer to point, I believe it's 3.4, you state there, I have not drawn any conclusions from my analysis regarding the purpose of the transactions. My analysis and output solely reflect summaries of factual information set out in bank statements. Can you see that?
Correct.
And then in answer to question 1, actually you, at the very beginning of the table, you state loan transactions with Mr. Obradovic. Can you see that?
Correct.
But isn't the fact that you are labeling these transactions as loans a drawing of conclusions from your analysis?
My understanding from the factual information I looked at were that there were loan transactions there.
No, but they were, well, sir, a while ago I was asking you about whether a loan can be made orally, and you said I'm not a lawyer, and I fully respect that. So the basis for you saying that these are loan transactions is just the description of the transfer in the bank payment order?
I was instructed to review the transactions between BD Agro and Mr. Obradovic. I believe the title is just a descriptor. It could just say transactions with Mr. Perhaps it should not say loan, it should say transactions with Mr. Obradovic.
Okay, yeah. And I think it stems from what we have just discussed, that there could be, like, because, transaction to me is not really a money transfer, right? It's like, I'm a lawyer, I see that as as the creation of an obligation or potentially repayment of a monetary obligation. So there could be such loan transactions with Mr. Obradovic that would not show in your analysis at all.
That's correct.
No further questions, Madam President.
Thank you. Any questions in redirect?
Yes, please. 2 short questions.
Sure.
3. First question concerns the hypothetical with the expropriation and the expropriated land from Google or from another company in bankruptcy. Now, just a question for you is, do we have a willing buyer and a willing seller from the definition of fair market value in an expropriation situation?
No, because it's a forced seller.
Thank you. And now moving to the transactions, tell me, do you have any reason to believe that you were not provided with all bank accounts of BD Agro used in the relevant period of time?
No, I do not.
Thank you. And one more question. Is it usual in your experience that a company conducts bank transactions without supporting written documentation?
No, it's not. I would expect supporting documentation for bank transactions.
Thank you.
That was fast.
That's all.
No questions? No questions. Let me see whether I have questions left for you, Mr. Cowan. Can you go to your second report, page 15, paragraph 330, 331?
Yes.
It's a question that I've asked myself already. The actual question on this paragraph comes, but before that, are you equating going concern with DCF?
Yes and no, I think is probably, so I'll explain my answer. A business that's not a going concern, I don't think you should use DCF with. I think it should be on an asset basis.
But do you agree that you could value a going concern with other methods than DCF,
Absolutely.
like comparative transactions or asset-based?
Yes.
Yes, good. And then in 330 and 331, you have a quote from Professor Damodaran. And are these only in respect with DCF valuations?
Yes. Professor
Okay, so
Damodaran.
that does not apply to an asset-based valuation?
These quotes do not know.
And the distress discount does not apply to an asset-based valuation?
These quotes don't replace, don't refer.
These quotes, yeah, well, from reading them, yes, but it seems that you're speaking here about a discount at entity level.
Yes.
And then you quote statements relating only to DCF valuation. Now, are you saying that this discount only applies to a DCF valuation, or the discount also apply to a asset-based
The
valuation?
discount could also apply to an asset-based valuation.
And how do you justify this?
It's a difficult one to justify, which is why I applied my rule of thumb of 30%. Based on the situation of the business is how I analysed it and justified it.
Yes,
The empirical evidence is difficult to support the discount. I have read on Cantor and also Pratt, both apply discounts for a distressed business. A going concern that is under financial distress, they do mention they would also apply a discount on an asset base method.
and that will still comply with the definition of fair market value that implies buyer and seller who are not under compulsion?
Yes, it comes down to acting knowledgeably, that a buyer would be aware of the situation that the seller was in. They both still willing, because there is a reason to agree to a price to sell, that the seller needs to sell and the buyer wants to buy, but they'd come to a price that was negotiated. And that's where the discount comes in, that the value of the individual assets or the value of the whole is less than if you sold the individual assets.
So did I understand you correctly? Before, in answer to a question, you said that the discount only applies to the valuation of the business as a whole, as opposed to valuing parts? Or
If
did
we
I
were
misunderstand that?
I think I'd have to look at the transcript, but I believe that's what I said, that if you were valuing a business on a liquidation basis, you typically value on an asset by asset basis. And then you'd sell, as counsel suggested, you'd sell each asset individually. Whereas if what I have performed here is a valuation of BD Agro as its whole, and I deem that a willing buyer would look at it in the whole and offer a discount to the seller in order to proceed with the transaction.
And about the discount, that is about the principle of the discount, but then the level of this discount. Can you explain better why you come to 30%? I know you're saying this is a matter of judgment,
Yeah.
but then one exercises judgment in consideration of a number of factors, otherwise it becomes arbitrary. So how do you justify your 30%?
Well, I deemed 50% was too high, And in a bankruptcy, the doing business suggests 65.5% recovery rate. So I deem that to be too high. 30% to some extent was derived from the pre-pack plan in March, where management accepted that they'd be willing to sell unencumbered assets at 70% of their market value. Hence the 30% discount.
Let's see what I had other questions. I was looking at the areas of disagreement that Dr. Hearn mentioned this morning in his presentation on page 13, but it seems to, and I wanted to make sure that you have a chance to address those, but I think you've addressed all of it. The exclusion of contested land or disputed land that you did on the basis of an instruction?
That is correct.
Yeah. So. I'm sure I find this in your reports. I would have to check them again, but the total liabilities are different between Dr. Hearn and yourself, right?
Correct.
And do I understand it correctly that one of the reasons is the bankruptcy costs of 7.4?
Yes, that's correct.
But that's not the only one. That is about, what page is it? It's one of the pages of your slides shows that.
There's a capital gains tax, which is a difference between.
And the other difference is the capital gains tax?
That's the other, and also the conversion fee. I believe those are the main.
The
areas.
conversion fee is computed differently,
Yeah.
yeah. And when you, in your bankruptcy scenario, you have the 50% sales discount,
Yeah.
which is something different from the 30 that we discussed before, right? And then you have the 20% bankruptcy costs. Is this?
Correct.
This is cumulative.
Yes, it's based on the 20% is based on the discount.
Cost net somehow included in the discount? The figure of 50%, or does this come in addition?
I've calculated the 7.4 on the basis of the total assets after discount.
Yeah, so somehow, yeah, good. That is all I had. No, maybe I should ask you just for equal treatment. The question I asked Dr. Hearn about LIBOR. You heard it?
I think it's whatever it ends up being replaced with. I'd agree with Dr. Hearn that I assume there's going to be some replacement for LIBOR, and then
Yeah, so that seems more a lawyer's concern than an economist's concern about the
I'll await
disappearance of
instructions.
LIBOR.
Yeah.
Yeah. Fine. I have no further question. Then that ends your examination, Mr. Cowan. Thank you very much.
Thank you.
This almost ends our hearing, not completely yet. The tribunal's suggestion would be that it explains how it sees further steps now And if needed, we can then take a short break for you to consider this and then conclude. Is that fine?
This is fine, yes.
No, because I wasn't sure whether we should take a break now, but I think we can do this, and it makes more sense to take a break thereafter. So, the immediate next steps is transcript corrections. That is settled in procedure order number 1, paragraph 24.3. We have agreed that agreed corrections 30 days after receipt of the transcript or the recording, whichever is later, to be entered by the court reporters. The agreed corrections, if there are disagreements about corrections, then the tribunal will rule. Then thereafter, the next step is the post-hearing briefs, and we have already provided for the principal, but we need now to set the practicalities. And the tribunal, of course, will listen to whatever you have in mind, but we would like to make a proposal and then you can react. That will be more efficient. We had in mind 2 rounds of simultaneous briefs. The second one, very concise, limited rebuttal brief, just in case the other party says things which you didn't anticipate, you get a chance to reply. The time limits would be for you to say what you like or agree among yourselves. The content, we thought that the post-hearing briefs should comment on the evidence gathered during these hearing days and place it in the context of your overall case. And we have focused a lot on national law these last days, on Serbian law, on Cypriot law, on British Columbia law. But of course now this must all be reframed in the treaty framework. When commenting on the evidence, you will of course put the emphasis on whatever you consider is most appropriate to further your case. There's one point, though, that we would be particularly interested in your commenting on is the evidence of Professor Milosevic and Dr. Radovic in connection, more specifically, with contract law, termination, waiver of breach, significant breach, essential obligation, accessory obligation, and these types of issues. Then we would also think that the purpose is not to repeat your earlier submissions. Your earlier submissions were extremely thorough and extensive, and the idea is not at all to repeat this exercise, but obviously you can include cross-references whenever that seems a good idea. We thought it might be good to have some page limitations for this exercise, and just to have a basis for discussion, we would imagine like 100 pages for the first brief and something like 40 for the second one. Thereby, we just want to show that the second one is clearly a more limited one. No new exhibits, no new legal authorities. If there is absolutely something you think you need to file, then please ask for leave from the tribunal. So that's for the post-hearing briefs. And then the third next step is cost statements. And we would think that we do not need cost submissions with explanations or why you should be awarded cost and the other party should bear the cost, because we know the reasons for allocation of costs, but we would more rather expect cost statements itemized by category of costs without supporting documentation, except of course if the tribunal or the other party so requests. A reasonable time limit would probably be something like 3 weeks after the second post-hearing brief. And then it would be up for the tribunal to deliberate, and we cannot rule out that there may be questions that arise as we work further on the record. We don't expect it right now, but one never knows. If there are questions, there would be specific questions that can be answered in writing. Then we will proceed to issuing an award. We're certainly aware of the importance of issuing an award within reasonable time after the post-hearing briefs, but at the same time, it's true that this is a rather a substantial case with many issues that are complex, and they're both factual and legal. So we will need time to do justice to the wealth of submissions and evidence. So we will not, it would be really premature and not serious to give you now a time indication, but if you wish, we can do this at some later stage when we're more advanced. So this is what we wanted to say about the next steps. I don't know whether you want to react just on the spot or whether you want to consult within your teams. Up to you.
Yeah, I think that we should consult, the parties should, I think, consult between each other.
Yes, I think that's reasonable. So let's, is this agreed? I think I understand.
Yes, it is agreed. I believe the only item is the dates, and I think the 10 minutes should be sufficient to
and
figure
you
out the
may
dates.
have questions
That's
on
right.
what we said and,
Yeah.
and require clarification. Should we take 10 minutes now, or do you need more?
No, 10 minutes is fine.
10 minutes is fine?
15, please.
15, good. Good, let's take 15 minutes then. So we're ready to listen. Who takes the floor?
Yeah, Madam
Mr.
President,
Vacation.
apologies for having you wait so long.
That's not a
I am
problem.
not an M&A lawyer, and it showed. So we agreed that the first round should be filed on September 27. It's a Monday, if that's agreeable to the tribunal.
Yes.
And the second round on October 22nd, which is a Friday.
Fine.
Yes, of course, yeah.
And is there anything else among the suggestion of the all the other suggestions of the tribunal are agreed? Do I
Yes.
understand this
Yes, they are
correctly?
Yes, they are
accepted.
agreed.
No need for clarifications
No.
or
No.
other comments? No? Then I should ask you whether there are any general comments about the proceedings, about the hearing, questions, complaints that you wish to raise? If so, this is the time to complain.
No. Madam President, we wish to thank the tribunal for the conduct of this proceeding, and for the record, we confirm that we have strictly no objections to
Thank you.
the procedure.
Neither do respondents, so thank you.
Thank you. Then it remains for me to thank all those who contributed to this hearing. The court reporter, of course, we don't see her, but she's been here all the time very diligently. The interpreters who are still here and for whose work we're grateful. The PCA for hosting us and coordinating the logistics was ICSID, and also the ICSID secretary. Then we would like to thank the party representatives for sitting here very long hours, and but with a lot of patience, but at the same time was your presence showing to us that this is a case that matters to you. That is important to us. Thanks also to counsel, of course, for a very professional conduct of this arbitration, not only the hearing, but also the written submissions, and in addition, for the very friendly cooperation. We very much appreciated it because it allows us to focus on the dispute and on the issues, and not being distracted by procedural skirmishes. So that is very much appreciated. And that allows me now to close. It's been some time that I haven't closed an in-person hearing, and I could not wish safe travels to everyone. We will not shake hands as we usually would do at the end of the hearing, for good reasons, but we were pleased to hear that the test results that came back were all negative. So we made actually history, because it's a long time there hasn't been a hearing in person in this place. So I wish everyone safe travels, a little rest, and we thank you for your cooperation, and I close this hearing. Goodbye to everyone.